The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1361. Only 2 rounds remaining. Translator. Namyumi Editor. Namyumi Excellent Era is back. Even though it was not what it had been before, everyone knew that this excellent era was the direct successor of that old powerhouse. It was just that the luxury goods of this house had been sold off, so it seemed somewhat run down. But for many loyal fans, as long as this team was still here, that was enough. The instant that excellent era won, Chen Guo clearly heard a racket coming from outside, and even the sound of people setting fireworks. They were celebrating excellent era's victory, excellent era's return. Excellent era belonged to this city in the past, and in the present still. True, Happy was here as well and had even taken over Excellent Era's former home stadium, earning pretty good attendance at their matches. But it was clear that compared to Excellent Era, who had been rooted here for 10 years, Happy couldn't compare. Respect was won through results in competition, but feelings and passion couldn't be transferred so quickly. "What do you think?" Chen Guo asked Yiziu. The match was pretty good. Mysterious Fantasy clearly had the advantage in terms of experience, but Excellent Era's young players had more drive, and they seized more opportunities in the end, said Yiziu. "Who cares about that?" Chen Guo huffed. "I'm asking you about your feelings on Excellent Era's return." Yiziu felt out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath and nodded. "Pretty good. Next season they'll become our opponents," said Chen Guo. Yiziu smiled faintly. "We've beaten them, what's there to worry about?" "What are you pretending for?" Chen Guo was speechless. She knew that Yiziu was someone who would never look down on any opponent. Yiziu continued to smile, but he didn't say anything. He watched the television quietly, watched that new generation battle mage who announced to the world, "We're back." Yes, they were back. To be able to return after leaving, that feeling was wonderful, wasn't it? Yiziu thought of that year and a half he'd spent in retirement and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Excellent Era's return. The next day, this made headlines everywhere. And this new Excellent Era wasn't a powerhouse, only the remnants of a powerhouse. But they still stood resolutely. They still charged through the Challenger League. This earned much praise for the young army of new Excellent Era, and the media began to report in detail on the players and characters of this new army. The excitement was comparable to how everyone had felt last year when Happy knocked down the powerhouse Excellent Era. In this year, Excellent Era had experienced both roles. With the strength of a powerhouse, they'd lost the most critical battle, attracting all sorts of anger and criticism. At a weakened level, they'd conquered the final obstacle, winning all sorts of praise and support. Everyone was already indulging discussion on Excellent Era's future. But they only had half a day of time, because at 8 p.m. that night, round 36 of the regular season began. Here, the competition would only be fiercer. This round, Happy was playing their home game, welcoming the second-to-last Bright Green, who was already set to be relegated. In everyone's eyes, this was basically a gift of points for Happy, and Wind Howl was facing Parade this round. Meanwhile, 100 Blossoms and Thunderclap faced off, becoming the match that was chosen for broadcast. 301 continued their difficult match schedule, this round playing their away game against Blue Rain. They had reached a critical point in the season, so even though Happy's opponent was weak, there were still many fans who came to watch. And this time, they finally watched their fill, without any disappointment. Happy earned a perfect 10-0 victory against Bright Green, giving their team a valuable point buffer during this fierce point in the competition. Even more valuable, Yiziu still didn't appear in the team competition this match, but Happy's team was still able to cleanly defeat their enemies. Those reporters who had been ready to tear into Happy could only grit their teeth. Wind Howl also won their match, 9-1 against Parade. The death match between 100 Blossoms and Thunderclap entered the typical rhythm for Thunderclap matches. After the individual rounds, 100 Blossoms had the lead 4-1, but Thunderclap won the team competition, ultimately surpassing 100 Blossoms 6-4. And 301 defeated Blue Rain 7-3 step by step. They were breaking through their difficult match schedule. After their 3 matches against Samsara, Tiny Herb, and Blue Rain, they won 15 points in total. Even though they were still in 9th place for now, they hadn't dropped in the rankings. They were only 1 point behind the 8th place 100 Blossoms, so a reversal within 1 round was completely possible, and round 37 looked to be a perfect opportunity for this. Round 37, 301 was fighting their home game against the current last-place team, Seaside, and 100 Blossoms was facing Tyranny. In round 36, Tyranny had won 10-0 against Seaside, while Blue Rain had lost to 301, so the two teams switched on the leaderboard. Tyranny once again rose to 2nd place, forcing Blue Rain down to 3rd. 2nd and 3rd place both had the small home field advantage in the playoffs. The only difference was the amount of prize winnings for final placement on the leaderboard. But these two powerhouse teams clearly didn't need to worry about this small amount of prize money. And of course, Tyranny wouldn't overexert themselves during this time. They of course wouldn't throw their match with 301, but it was natural that they wouldn't play this match with the same perseverance and energy that they would for the finals. The modern competition format was simply this prolonged, and it didn't make sense to require the full effort of all players at all times. With all of these factors tangling together, the future situation only grew more complex and confusing. Just 2 rounds left. This is what all the teams were telling themselves. After 2 rounds, the line between heaven and hell would be determined. May 29th, round 37 of the regular season began. Happy's away game against Windhowl became the broadcasted match for this round. Windhowl's home stadium was completely filled, without an empty seat in sight. Ever since Windhowl switched to their one-on-one team playstyle and began winning again and again, everyone from players to fans became energized, and even their chant of winning the championship was brought out once more. And this round, their opponent was the team that had previously swept them 10-0, Team Happy. The stadium was filled with hostility, and as soon as Happy's players entered the field, they were surrounded by booing. Yiziu was once again first up in the individual competition. 35 consecutive wins. The media no longer had the strength to emphasize this incredible feat. This season's King of Dueling award would undoubtedly go to him, as his individual record this season was so far ahead of everyone else's. As for who had the second best score, everyone was too lazy to care, since there wasn't any meaning in comparing them anyway. Right now, everyone was waiting to see whether Yiziu could ultimately complete the feat of 37 consecutive wins, and some were beginning to sigh about how Yiziu hadn't played in the individual round in round 1. Otherwise, he'd have 38 rounds that wouldn't be called consecutive wins anymore. He would have won all of them, every single one. This score could never be surpassed, only tied, unless the alliance once again expanded and added more teams. Yiziu is already on the field. This is his 36th individual battle, and up to now he was already won 35 consecutive. Will his record end here? Who will Windhowl send up to meet him? Will their captain Tang Hao himself face him? After Yiziu came out, Pan Lin began to shift the audience's attention toward Windhowl's player. In the end, Windhowl's first player for the individual round, Liu Hao. Liu Hao, it's Liu Hao, Windhowl's vice-captain Liu Hao, former vice-captain of Excellent Era. To send him against Yiziu, is it because he understands him? Does he have some grasp of this match? Will Yiziu's consecutive win record end by the hand of his former lieutenant Liu Hao? As soon as Pan Lin saw this player coming forward, he grew excited. This was something to talk about. The media loved this kind of battle, where there was a lot to talk about. It's no secret that Yi Ziu goes first in the individual competition, so most teams would address this in one of two ways. They could try the Tianjai horse race strategy and just let Yi Ziu win the first match, or they could send a strong player who actually has a chance of taking him out. No matter what, Liu Hao isn't a throwaway player for Wind Howl. His appearance now means they have some sort of plan against Yi Ziu, said Li Yibo. Has Liu Hao discovered the way to defeat the unspecialized Lord Grimm? Pan Lin exclaimed. Let us wait and see, Li Yibo hurriedly said, fearing that Pan Lin would want him to make an analytic prediction. This was Yi Ziu's match. Predict the outcome. Don't joke around. Soon, the first individual match officially began. It's not a direct confrontation, Li Yibo immediately concluded after looking at the map selected. This map is pretty typically suited for a spellblade. The distance between obstacles matches very well the attack range of a spellblade. As expected, Liu Hao came prepared, Pan Lin exclaimed. Come on, let me see how much you've grown these past 2 years. As soon as the match began, Yi Ziu spoke in the chat. Haha, I welcome the teachings of my old captain, Liu Hao replied, polite and modest, in an extremely composed demeanor. In reality, he was about to explode. I'm not a student in Excellent Era's training camp anymore. I'm not Excellent Era's benchwarmer substitute anymore or Excellent Era's player at all. I'm not under your authority anymore, Yi Ziu. I'm Team Wind Howl's vice-captain, an all-star player this season. But you, on what basis are you still acting so high and mighty? You want to see how much I've grown. Do I need your comments anymore? My growth. I'll show you how much I've grown. Liu Hao's spellblade Absent Sun decisively advanced without retreat along the center road, Stone Forest. This was the name of this 1v1 map. Stone pillars, each as thick as a person, were distributed quite densely along this map. No clash could avoid hitting them. Places for cover were everywhere. Absent Sun quickly arrived at the center road, but when he looked around, he didn't see any sign of Lord Grimm. Old Captain, how come you're not here? This isn't your normal style, Liu Hao immediately said in the chat. Of course not, my style adapts to local conditions. Yi Ziu quickly responded. Where is he? Liu Hao purposefully acted relaxed in chat, but in reality he was very nervous. Dealing with sneak attacks on this map would be a headache. Liu Hao didn't let Absent Sun just stand around waiting, and so he also prepared to sneak attack the opponent and began to move carefully alongside a stone pillar. Whoosh! About 20 body lengths away, a silhouette flashed through the stone pillars, instantly going from behind one to behind another. Liu Hao immediately adjusted his camera view, capturing this rare clue. Liu Hao stared at that one stone pillar. Lord Grimm was right behind it. Absent Sun began to carefully move in that direction. On this map, Liu Hao was unafraid of a direct confrontation. Chapter 1362, it's always like this. Chapter 1362, it's always like this. Translator, Namiyami editor. Namiyami. Step by step, Liu Hao carefully approached. Absent Sun moved steadily, his eyes unwavering with no openings in sight. The viewers yawned. Lord Grimm wasn't in the direction Absent Sun was moving in. After Lord Grimm hid behind that stone pillar, he backed up in a straight line until he reached a different stone pillar and then switched to it as a new hiding spot. Having an omniscient view sometimes made things quite boring. The viewers all felt bored. They regretfully could not experience Liu Hao's nervousness and could not sympathize with Liu Hao's extreme caution. Earthquake soared. Absent Sun threw out a fierce attack, and a wave of earth surged forth. The whirling earth crashed into that stone pillar and sliced it in half. The earthquake sword had split into 2 paths and then converged towards the center of the stone pillar. Liu Hao had been waiting for this moment. Absent Sun slid to the side to get a better line of sight and sent out an ice wave sword. Ha! The audience once again yawned. There was no one behind that stone pillar. What was the point of making so much noise? Yi Ziu's Lord Grim was quite a distance away and wasn't within the attack's range. A fight wasn't going to break out. Everyone could see that clearly. It was only Liu Hao alone, with his spirit trembling with excitement, who couldn't see it. His two skills ended up hitting nothing but air. He's not there. Liu Hao was shocked to discover that Lord Grim wasn't behind the stone pillar. However, with his experience and his familiarity with the map, he immediately determined how Lord Grim had disappeared from right under his eyes. Absent Sun moved precisely along the route Lord Grim had chosen. The audience noticed Liu Hao's precise judgment and shook excitedly. Applause suddenly poured down. This time, he was truly closing in. However, this time, Liu Hao wasn't certain of Lord Grim's exact location. The audience didn't know that, though. All they saw was Liu Hao chasing after Lord Grim with extraordinary precision. They thought he had completely ascertained Lord Grim's position. How could they know Liu Hao only had a rough idea? He was still picking from a B or C as his final answer. Seeing Absent Sun getting closer and closer to Lord Grim, the crowd became increasingly more excited. All sorts of cheers and excited shouts exploded. Then, they watched as Absent Sun sweep out an earthquake sword towards a stone pillar with no one there. Fuck, what a letdown. Everyone's hopes were instantly crushed. The crowd immediately went silent. Liu Hao did the same two-attack maneuver as before and once again saw that there was no one behind that stone pillar. Okay, so A's been eliminated. There's only B and C left. He should be behind those two stone pillars, right? Liu Hao was suddenly unsure again. He had been confident in his pursuit. Even though he hadn't seen any signs of Lord Grim, he was certain Yi Ziu was dancing in the palm of his hands. If there were any strange movements, he would definitely notice them. But there were none. That meant Lord Grim should be in front of him. He just couldn't confirm whether a B or C was correct. Liu Hao believed choice A was the last likely. He still chose it in the end, though. It was actually bait. When he attacked A, his attention was more focused on B, and C he thought Yi Ziu would act as soon as he guessed wrong, so he wanted to beat him at his own game. But Yi Ziu did not act. As a result, he safely eliminated as the correct choice and now began pondering over the other two choices. The audience suddenly became quite lively. Lord Grim's over there. If your first guess wasn't right, try again. Why'd you stop? Absent Sun raised his short sword and suddenly started casting a wave formation. With just one move, he could cover both options. At this moment, Lord Grim casually stepped out from Pillar B. Liu Hao was greatly alarmed and hastily cancelled his wave formation. Shining cut. Lord Grim cut across and appeared right in front of Liu Hao. You haven't changed. Your playstyle is always so fake, Yi Ziu said as Lord Grim let out two slashes in the shape of a cross. At this distance, a vertical and horizontal slash was truly difficult to dodge. Liu Hao reacted quite fast, though. Absent Sun shielded his head with his short sword, using the blade master skill guard to block Lord Grim's attack. Borrowing the momentum from Lord Grim's attack, he slid back. You clearly know where I was hiding. Why not directly attack me? Why did you insist on running in circles? Yi Ziu didn't have Lord Grim urgently rush over and followed up on the conversation. You call that fake? Liu Hao sneered. Are you saying you've never done this? I have, but no one is so fake through and through, Yi Ziu replied. Do you really think words like those would shake me up? Liu Hao said. If you really did get shaken up, that would be great, Yi Ziu said. Shut up. Liu Hao was finally unable to hold back. After all, letting it accumulate was quite tiring as well. All right, Yi Ziu responded. Lord Grim moved again. Liu Hao sneered. In his eyes, Yi Ziu had made a mistake. Lord Grim, suddenly leaping out while his absent son was casting a spell, came out of nowhere. Lord Grim instantly closed in on him too. It had been such a perfect ambush opportunity. But instead of continuing his assault, he just chattered. Liu Hao was truly laughing from head to toe. He had truly been panicking whether or not he could block Lord Grimm's direct attacks. That distance wasn't a Spellblade's ideal distance. Instead, Yi Ziu stopped, giving him a chance to breathe. This was simply letting a tiger return to the mountains. Liu Hao had adjusted himself. If another attack came, he wouldn't be afraid. He had originally planned on directly fighting with Yi Ziu. Why else would he have charged directly to the center of the map at the start of the match? "You'll pay the price for trying to preach to me," Liu Hao shouted inwardly. Absent Sun raised his sword. A frenzy of fire surged towards Lord Grimm. Fire wave sword. Bang! The raging flames left Lord Grimm nowhere to dodge. The fire blazed, turning Lord Grimm into smoke. "Humph!" Liu Hao laughed coldly. Shadow clone technique. Yi Ziu had used this old trick who knew how many times by now. Absent Sun had already leapt up. At practically the same time as the fire wave sword, he twisted his body in the air and released an earthquake sword. The land quaked and violent sword intent flew forward, but all that it hit was a thread of Lord Grimm's clothing. Absent Sun had missed. Lord Grimm hadn't been standing directly behind him, but rather to the side, a sliver. The earthquake sword grudgingly whistled by him. "Who told you I always went behind my opponents?" Yi Ziu asked as Lord Grimm unsheathed his sword. Sword draw. The sword light swept over. The airborne Absent Sun had no way of dodging it. He had just guarded previously. Its cooldown wasn't up yet. All he could do was swing his sword as a normal attack to parry it. However, a normal attack had lower priority than sword draw. It couldn't completely block it. The sword draw pushed Absent Sun's short sword back towards him. Absent Sun crashed to the ground. The flames from his previous fire wave sword had yet to extinguish. Even though he wasn't able to completely block it, it still had some effect. Absent Sun didn't go into a tumble as a result. Liu Hao adjusted his character so he would land on his feet. Clack. The instant he fell, a clack came from beneath his feet. Liu Hao lowered his head and saw spikes through his character's feet. Thief skill spike trap rooted the target. Liu Hao's face suddenly paled. He hadn't noticed when Lord Grimm had placed the trap down. From its location, could it have been the instant he sent out the fire wave sword? Could he have used the light from the flames as a cover? In any case, Liu Hao had been hit by the trap, and his Absent Sun couldn't move an inch for the duration of spike trap. And this time, Yi Ziu had no plans of chatting with him. Grenade, sand toss, disperse powder. Lord Grimm rushed over and threw a bunch of things. Unable to move, the only thing Liu Hao could do was look away to avoid sand toss's blind effect. Every other projectile had hit. Then Lord Grimm's sword glowed dark purple as a ghost soul flashed out. A boundary had appeared on the ground. Sword soul, or sword boundary. All allies within the boundary would have their strength and intelligence greatly buffed. The real offensive had only just begun. Unspecialized blitz. With spike trap in effect, Absent Sun could only stand there and get beaten. When spike trap's root effect dissipated, Absent Sun could still only get beaten up. Liu Hao wanted to cry. He had been waiting to use this map for a long time. He had been waiting for the key moment to use it to improve his popularity. This crucial match against Yi Ziu and his 35-round win streak were once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to win huge amounts of fame. Liu Hao had sacrificed his treasure and released his treasure's full might. He had utilized his familiarity with the map to give a precise chase and received the audience's applause. But there was nothing after that. He received no more chances to utilize this map. Yi Ziu had used a spike trap to seal his movements. Then after making a few setups, Yi Ziu didn't give him a single opportunity to counterattack or use the map as cover. Am I going to lose? Lose like this? I was so meticulous and precise with my preparations, yet I'm going to lose like this without any chance of retaliation. Impossible. It doesn't make sense. I worked hard and put in the effort. Victory. Why can't I see any shred of victory? Will I truly never be able to beat him? Liu Hao felt fear. He had exhausted everything at his disposal in this match. He thought that he had a huge advantage, but he hadn't even been able to hold the upper hand for even a minute. It was like he's still a trainee at the Excellent Era training camp. That battle god from up above strolled into the training camp, picked a random map, and just casually crushed him. He thought that he had grown strong, but in the end, he could see no difference from the past. He was easily and casually defeated. Why? Why did it turn out like this? When Absent Sun fell, Liu Hao collapsed in his seat and roared furiously, but no one could hear him. Chapter 1363, 100 Blossoms on the Cliff. Chapter 1363, 100 Blossoms on the Cliff. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. Happy versus Wind Howl, 1-0. The scoreboard in the stadium clearly displayed the two teams' points after the first battle. Yiziu's win streak continued. In the live broadcast, Pan Lin and Li Yibo only mentioned this once, almost with an air of resignation. It was simply too repetitive. And with this battle in particular, Li Yibo felt that he had been face-slapped once again. He hadn't even dared to make any thorough analysis at the start of the match. He'd only said that this map was suitable for spellblades, and that Liu Hao had chosen it carefully. He felt that he couldn't go wrong with such an obvious observation. But in the end, had this map actually been suitable for the spellblade? If only looking at the actual performance and not the map, then Li Yibo could only be given a regretful ha-ha. Just from the on-stage performance, it was impossible to see that Liu Hao's Absent Sun had used any special characteristics of the map. But would Coach Li be beaten that easily? Yiziu played very well, Li Yibo said. From the very start, he could tell that the map put him at a disadvantage, so step by step, he drew the opponent into his plan, took control, and ended the match. Yes, what did Liu Hao want to do with this map? We didn't even get the chance to see. Pan Lin followed Li Yibo's thought process. This match between old teammates didn't ignite the fireworks we'd expected. Yiziu easily obtained victory, said Li Yibo. Yes, Yiziu won easily, and now Happy is 1-0 in the lead. The Wind Howl audience seems somewhat disappointed, Pan Lin said. This outcome probably caught them off guard as well. The first player in a match is usually chosen to be someone with a tougher style. This kind of player can carry the atmosphere, and even if they lose, they won't disappoint people too much. Liu Hao is more of a calculating player, but if he miscalculates, then his loss is a bit more ugly, said Li Yibo. Yeah, this match he seemed a bit off, Pan Lin said. While the two of them discussed, the two players had already begun to come off stage. Liu Hao's face was ugly as he walked along, and he heard a few boos directed at him. Clearly, a number of Wind Howl fans were unsatisfied with his performance, but overall, the Wind Howl audience was still relatively tolerant. Let's get ready to enjoy the second battle, Pan Lin said. The camera switched back to show the digital display in the stadium, and very soon, the names of the players participating in the second battle of the individual round appeared. Happy, Mo Fan, Deception. Wind Howl, Guo Yang, Chi Breaker. Another former Excellent Era player, Li Yibo said. Happy sent out Mo Fan, unlike their recent pattern of sending Luo Jai or Wei Chen. It looks like the situation's getting more tense, so Happy doesn't dare to continue to let Luo Jai and Wei Chen find their condition, said Pan Lin. Haha, if they lose points now, they won't have any more chances to win them back, said Li Yibo. Indeed, these were the last two rounds. Every single point was precious. It was very possible that the final standings would be determined by this single point. Wind Howl had lost 1 point, but they were still in 7th place and had a points advantage over 8th and 9th. Meanwhile, 100 Blossoms, currently in 8th place, was in a greater need of points, but they also lost the first point of the individual round. Song Qiying, the young general of tyranny, went first, and ultimately defeated 100 Blossoms' old general Zhang Wei to win a first point for tyranny. The second Tyranny player instantly provoked boos from all corners of the 100 Blossom Stadium. Zhang Jiao, it could only be Zhang Jiao. Every time he returned to this stadium, he was met with this kind of welcome. It had already been 3 years since he retired from 100 Blossoms. It had already been 2 years since he joined Tyranny. Yet 100 Blossoms' resentment toward him seemed not to have lessened in the slightest. Even if there were many 100 Blossoms fans that understood him, their voices would never be loud enough. Those who passionately despised Zhang Jiao had a stronger presence. This season, 100 Blossoms fans had organized a poll amongst themselves, a contest in which they ranked the various players in 100 Blossoms history in different categories. The player toward whom they were most grateful, and the player they hated the most, the number one for both categories was Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao to 100 Blossoms was an angel and a demon combined. Some remembered his many years of contributions, while others hated his final abandonment. Love and hate tangled together like this, in a never-ending debate. Now that he came on stage, there was some applause, but there was more booing. In the end, 100 Blossoms desperately needed victory at this time, and Zhang Jiao had become an obstacle standing in their way. Evidently, this would ignite more hatred than gratitude. And on 100 Blossom's side, when their player name was announced, the crowd instantly hushed. Zhu Yuan, Bright Blossoms. By coincidence, 100 Blossoms old and new Spitfires stood opposite each other on the battlefield. The very air seemed thick with tension, but Zhang Jiao was very calm. Having walked to this point today, he would have no other emotion. All of those feelings and conflicts of the past were now buried deep in his heart. He would reminisce, but not at this moment. Perhaps the points didn't matter to Tyranny right now anymore, but Zhang Jiao absolutely would not throw the match for 100 Blossoms. He still hoped he could earn the understanding and support of the 100 Blossoms fans, but he would not do so through such a method. He would play this match seriously. It wasn't a victory that Tyranny needed, but to himself, and to 100 Blossoms, this was the greatest respect he could offer. Gunshots. The two Spitfires were already fighting. These were perhaps the two best Spitfires in glory right now, both from Team 100 Blossoms, both controlling Spitfire characters with the word Blossoms in their names. Who was weaker? Who was stronger? This was not a question that could be answered with one match. In one match, there was only victory and defeat. Zhu Yuan's playstyle had inherited many characteristics from Zhang Jiao's, but later on, he had integrated many of his own traits as well. The two styles seemed to be similar, but they weren't the same. This had nothing to do with which was superior. They simply each used their own abilities to the limit. Amidst roars, explosions bloomed like flowers. In this instant, everyone forgot all debate as they were captivated by the sights on stage. Victory and defeat, that was all there was. No matter what player, what class, what style, what debate, once on the battlefield, only victory and defeat were displayed in the end. The loser would fall, the winner would remain standing. Aside from this, there would be no other outcome. And when this moment arrived, glory, the display flashed with this large word. The holographic projection, showing the details of the battle, played the final moments in slow motion. Amidst the fireworks exploding like blooming flowers, bright blossoms fell. In the end, Zhu Yuan could not defeat his senior. As for Zhang Jiao, he knew very well that this match was just icing on the cake for Tyranny, while it could be fatal for 100 Blossoms. But he didn't hesitate, didn't retreat, as he resolutely controlled dazzling 100 Blossoms to fire the final shot. As for what consequences this would have for 100 Blossoms, it was no longer his business. 100 Blossoms' core player, ace character, this was all in the past. 2-0. In Tyranny's away game against 100 Blossoms, when Tyranny no longer needed to care too much about victory, they still obtained the first point, pushing 100 Blossoms to the cliff's edge. The news from the other ongoing matches only gave 100 Blossoms even more of a panic. 301, who had only been behind them by 1 point, was facing the last-place Seaside this round. By now, they'd already won all 3 of their individual battles, squeezing 100 Blossoms out of the top 8. Thunderclap was playing their home game against Samsara and had already finished 2 individual matches. Even though Thunderclap was generally weaker individually, they had actually taken the lead 2-0 against Samsara. In Wind Howl against Happy, they'd finished 2 battles and were tied 1-1. When 2 direct competitors were gaining points at an equal rate like this, it was the worst for the other competitors. It would be better for 100 Blossoms if one team dropped a lot of points, because then there'd be space to pass them. Not a single piece of good news. Team 100 Blossoms at 9th place right now had no road of retreat. Victory, they needed victory. If they weren't able to earn points this round, then their season would come to an end right here. 100 Blossoms was facing an away game at Samsara next round. It was truly too difficult to push any hopes onto that match. You have to win. Carrying all of 100 Blossoms' hopes as he walked on stage was their summoner Zhu Xiaoping. The one he was about to face was the player who quietly demonstrated his strength through positioning and movement, Qin Maiyun. Zhu Xiaoping knew how critical this battle was, but it was a difficult task. His summoned creatures had no way of completing an encirclement around Qin Maiyun's -9 degrees. Qin Maiyun's precise movement allowed him to thread his way through the army of summons, while his bullets were sent wave after wave toward Zhu Xiaoping's wind carving. The summons he'd sent to surround the opponent weren't enough, but Zhu Xiaoping didn't have anything left to summon creatures to protect himself. Both attack and defense were too difficult, and in the end, he unfortunately lost this crucial third match. 0-3. 100 Blossoms was now lagging 0-3. Just when they thought the situation couldn't get any worse, Tyranny dealt them another blow. When he came off stage, Zhu Xiaoping's expression was anguished. He hadn't been able to manifest the hopes that the entire team, the entire audience had placed upon him. He knew what this loss implied. The stadium was deathly silent. No matter how dissatisfied they were by 100 Blossoms' performance, the audience was in no mood to boo or jeer. We have to win. In everyone's hearts there was only this one sound: win. We can't lose any more points. We have to win every single one of the next 7 points. This is the most crucial moment of our entire season. Everyone focus. Win, we must win. Erase every other thought from your minds. Don't hope that Tyranny will let up, because they won't. That team never will. We can only bring out everything we have and wager it all on this stage. This is our opportunity, and we can only rely on ourselves to seize it. Win. Win all the way until the end. In the short break after the individual round ended, Yu Feng was desperately trying to boost the team's morale. "Let's go," he roared. "Don't let the opponents look down upon us. Don't let down our fans. Let's get them." Chapter 1364. An extremely stressful team competition. Chapter 1364. An extremely stressful team competition. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami at the brink of disaster, without anywhere else to retreat to, Team 100 Blossoms finally showed astonishing fighting strength during the group arena. Amongst them, the most praiseworthy performance came from their assassin player, Zhou Guangyi. He had played exceptionally well, narrowly completing a 1v2. After such a beautiful opening, the following 2 players didn't waste the opportunity, finally securing a valuable 2 points for Team 100 Blossoms in the group arena, somewhat stabilizing the cliff that they were on. But the news that arrived from other matches made 100 Blossom's situation as dire as before. 301 was entering the team competition with an absolute lead of 5-0, already putting themselves ahead of 100 Blossoms by 2 points. It looked like they wouldn't have too much trouble securing victory in the team competition, meaning that 301 had secured a full 10 points in this round. Thunderclap, after seizing 2 points in the individual competition, now suffered against Samsara's strong retaliation, with the score already changing to 2-3 in favor of Samsara. Still, Thunderclap was ahead of 100 Blossoms by 7 points. Even if they were to lose the upcoming team competition, 100 Blossoms couldn't rely solely on beating Tyranny in the team competition to surpass them. The other match was the one that 100 Blossoms had pinned the most of their hopes on. Team Wind Howl was only ahead of them by 3 points, so of course, 100 Blossoms was hoping that the gap wouldn't increase, or even for them to simply overtake Wind Howl in one move. In the end, after their initial victory in the first individual round, the retaliation that Happy received was even more dramatic than the one against Thunderclap. Team Wind Howl won round after round, with the score after the group arena tallying up to be 1-4, Happy with 1 point and Wind Howl with 4. If Happy was ahead of 100 Blossoms by 7 points, and Thunderclap was ahead by 5 points, no matter what the end result of the round was, 100 Blossoms had no way of surpassing either of these two teams. Unexpectedly, their end result in this round had already been decided halfway through the competition. 9th place, it could only be 9th place, with no chance whatsoever of entering the top 8. The last round would be their final chance to make it into the top 8, but it was an away game against Samsara, the most difficult opportunity of them all. And in order to have a chance of seizing this opportunity, they had to first defeat Tyranny in the team competition of this round. They had easily taken back 2 points in a brilliant performance in the group arena, but after hearing such bad news from other matches, the morale of the members of 100 Blossoms began to wane. That makes things easier. Unexpectedly, their captain Yu Feng had become more relaxed. "We only have one road to take without any other choices. Let's put in all our effort and try to make it. No matter what, we won't have any regrets. No matter what, we won't have any regrets." As the members of 100 Blossoms thought about it, their gazes gradually became more resolute. They needed to win this round so they would fight with no fear. Who cared who their opponents were? 100 Blossoms' current situation isn't good. No matter how the match plays out, they're definitely going to be in 9th place. Pan Lin and Li Yibo took advantage of the break in the match to comment about the circumstances for Team 100 Blossoms. "That's true, but in the last round, 100 Blossoms will still have a chance. However, they have to win the upcoming team competition first," Li Yibo said. "If 100 Blossoms wins the team competition, they'll have 237 points." Pan Lin looked at the team rankings and calculated. If Thunderclap loses the team competition to Samsara, they'll only have 239 points, and they'll be ahead of 100 Blossoms by 2 points. If Team 301 wins the team competition against Seaside and takes 10 points, they'll also be at 239 points, ahead of 100 Blossoms by 2 points. As for the match we're currently broadcasting, if Wind Howl wins in the team competition, Happy will only be ahead of 100 Blossoms by 2 points. And if Happy wins, then Wind Howl will have the same number of points as 100 Blossoms. 100 Blossoms still has an obvious opportunity to make it into the top 8. No matter who wins or loses in the current match between Wind Howl and Happy, one team will be left behind, becoming the target for 100 Blossoms to surpass, Li Yibo said. "I'm sure that they've already heard the news from the other matches during this break, so they should be very clear of the circumstances that they're facing," Pan Lin said. "In this round, both teams are shouldering a lot of pressure, but if they lose this round, they'll face even more pressure in the next round. Wind Howl will face Tiny Herb in the last round, and Happy will face 301. Neither match will be easy for them to deal with," Li Yibo said. Looking at it, Wind Howl has taken 4 consecutive points in the individual rounds, so their morale should be very high, and they have the benefit of being the home team. On the other hand, after their initial victory, Happy has lost 4 points in a row, so they need to collect themselves quickly, Pan Lin said. Yes, that's right. While these two teams are evidently in a much better state than 100 Blossoms, they're still not too far from the edge of the cliff. Whoever loses will move a few steps closer to that cliff, where 100 Blossoms is desperately trying to claw their way back in. It could very well be that 100 Blossoms comes back, while one of these teams makes an exit, Li Yibo said, putting his fists on the edge of the table to illustrate what he meant. Let's wait and see which team can better stabilize their state of mind at this crucial time, Pan Lin said. The team competition is about to begin, Li Yibo replied. Let's return to the current match, Pan Lin said, as the camera moved away from the commentator's booth and back to the arena. At the same time, a bird's-eye shot overlooked the player benches for each team, where the players were huddled in a circle, obviously making crucial preparations for the match ahead. In the arena, the referee walked to the side of the stage, stretching his hand out to indicate that the competitors from the two teams should prepare to go on stage. One by one, the names of the players from each side who would be appearing in the team competition flashed on the large screen in the stadium. Fuck! Pan Lin suddenly cried out, before immediately covering his mouth, but it was already too late. During this whole season, he had been walking on the blade's edge with the issue of repeatedly swearing, and Pan Lin had put in a great amount of effort to control his repeated urges to curse out loud. Unfortunately, in the second-to-last round, his willpower finally cracked, and he was unable to refrain from swearing. In an instant, his cursing was transmitted to the ears of every single viewer. He could practically already see his bonus for that month flying out of his pocket. Happy is really too bold. Li Yibo was really quite considerate, knowing that Pan Lin's sudden swearing wasn't very appropriate, so he hurriedly spoke up, doing his best to cover it up a bit. Yeah, Pan Lin was still somewhat unable to calm himself after his mistake. In a match as crucial as this, Yiziu still isn't going up in the team competition. Li Yibo continued to stare in surprise at the names of the players who were competing in the team competition. Team Happy, Fang Rui, Su Ma Cheng, Tang Ru, Luo Jai, and Wenyi Mo Fan. Not only was Yiziu not going up, Luo Jai, a rookie who had only played in a few rounds, was unexpectedly appearing in the team competition roster during such an important match. What on earth is Happy thinking? Pan Lin exploded. Could it be that Yiziu has really run into some kind of problem? This time, Li Yibo really couldn't stop himself from making a conjecture. Even though Yiziu had continued his unblemished record in the individual competition, he'd already rested for 4 whole rounds when it came to the team competition. Normally, if a player didn't appear for 4 rounds, most people wouldn't think that they were rotating their roster. They would think that the player had been cut from the main roster entirely. But how could Happy possibly cut Yiziu? Could he have suffered an injury that prevents him from playing for a long period of time? Like Sun Jiping? Pan Lin wondered. Until today, Sun Jiping had only played in the individual competition for Team Heavenly Swords. It was no secret that he couldn't take on a greater burden due to his hand injury. Yiziu only appearing in the individual competition for 4 rounds in a row really did have a few similarities to Sun Jiping's situation. No matter whether he was resting, or if it was some kind of deliberate feint, Yiziu not appearing in such a crucial competition really didn't conform to common sense. But no matter how surprised everyone was, Happy could only have these 6 players who were taking the field. At this time, they were lined up in the middle of the stage next to Wind Howl's 6 players, taking in the look of astonishment on their faces. Evidently, Yiziu not appearing in this round was something that no one had expected, not even Team Wind Howl. After shaking hands and exchanging greetings, the two sides made their way to the player booths. As they walked away, some of Wind Howl's players turned their heads in suspicion, as if Yi Ziu was mixed into that group of 6, waiting to catch them off guard. Don't bother thinking about what the other side is doing, it's irrelevant to us. We'll mark their players the same thing as usual, their captain Tang Hao said to the rest of his team. Understood. Wind Howl's players nodded their heads, but at this time their vice-captain Liu Hao was staring at Happy's player bench, away from the stage. He was staring at Yi Ziu. Having been easily beaten into submission during the individual competition, Liu Hao was on the verge of collapse, but he was really too good at hiding his true feelings. After he came out of the player booths, he wore a look of defeat without despair, apologizing to his teammates, encouraging the next player, leaving no room for anyone to say anything much to him. Only he knew that deep inside he wasn't as calm and collected as he looked. He was about to go insane. He simply couldn't accept the reality that he had been so easily dispatched by Yi Ziu. He wanted revenge. He needed revenge. The opportunity was right in front of him, the team competition. In the team competition, they would face each other again. And in the team competition, where Wind Howl wanted each person to mark an opposing player, Liu Hao's mark was indeed Yi Ziu. Liu Hao had clenched his teeth, waiting for this moment the entire time. But in the end, Yi Ziu didn't appear. In such a crucial, important match, Yi Ziu actually decided not to play in the team competition. The energy that Liu Hao had been building up for the whole of the first half of the competition immediately turned to sullenness. He desperately wanted to take down Yi Ziu, but from the very start, Yi Ziu paid no mind to him. When he should take the stage, he went up, and when he wanted to rest, he would rest. Just because Liu Hao was on the other team, would he have to go up in the team competition to take the reins? Regrettably, Liu Hao never had this sort of worthiness, and Yi Ziu never had such intentions. Yi Ziu didn't appear, so Liu Hao's mark changed. His new mark, Luo Jai. This was the natural substitute since Yi Ziu hadn't appeared in the match. Wind Howl had no intention of rearranging each person's mark once again. But Liu Hao wasn't in a good mood, immediately becoming furious with the player that he had to target during the match. It was actually that noob. Liu Hao felt as if he was being scorned. Deep down inside, he knew that there was no such thing, it was just a natural result of Happy's players being swapped. But even then, he couldn't get rid of the feeling that they were looking down on him. "Let's beat them," Tang Hao roared. "Yes," the players shouted back. The competition began. Chapter 1365. The Underestimated Rookie. Chapter 1365. The Underestimated Rookie. Translator. Namyami. Editor. Namyami. The match had officially began, but the audience hadn't gotten ready for it yet. No one had recovered from the news that Yi Ziu wasn't playing. But the first thing each team did when the match began had the entire audience snapping their attention back to the match. Team Wind Howl, player and account substitution, healer player Yuan Yangbin, cleric soul healer switched out, 6th player Gu Yang, Chi Master Chi Breaker switched in. Team Happy, player and account substitution, healer player and Wenyi cleric Little Cold Hand switched out, 6th player Mo Fan, deception switched in. The entire stadium exploded into uproar. Everyone had gotten used to Wind Howl's new playstyle by now, and some even questioned why they even bothered having a healer at all. Of course, this was just sarcasm. Having a healer in their starting lineup added a layer of uncertainty for their opponents. Even though they knew that Wind Howl favored the tactic of switching their 6th player in for a 5 DPS formation, they would be forced to wonder if the other would really use it. In addition, a man-on-man offense was very tiring to keep up. Oftentimes, they still needed a healer behind them to help stabilize the situation, So that was why a lot of people thought Misty Rain too extreme with their 6 DPS lineup. In this match, Wind Howl was using their usual play style, but no one had expected that Happy would copy them, throwing their healer out for a DPS the moment the match started. Happy is really too brave, Pan Lin exclaimed. Team Wind Howl had rolled through the competition with their playstyle, and until now, no other team had been so resolute, arranging a full DPS formation to counter. This was another huge shock after the first, where everyone realized Yizu wasn't playing. But speaking of, it isn't like Happy hasn't used this playstyle before. Of course, back then their goal wasn't a man-on-man offense like Wind Howl, Li Yibo brought up. Pan Lin thought back. It seemed that they really had switched out their healer for their 6th player to maximize DPS before. Happy had utilized this ages ago. Then what are they aiming to do this time? Pan Lin wondered aloud. Let's wait and see, Li Yibo said. Pan Lin rolled his eyes. At a time like this, shouldn't he do some analysis? Li Yibo was just getting worse and worse, pretending that he had nothing to do at times like this. The two teams charged out. Team Wind Howl split into 3 groups, 2 people heading to the left and right flanks. This flank attack was their usual strategy. On their home turf this round, the familiarity of the map had them moving even faster and more decisively. On the other hand, Happy's 5 were in a tight group. Never mind scattering, their current position was almost too closely spaced. What's Happy trying to do? Pan Lin's curious and anxious attitude wasn't an act to rouse excitement. He really did want to know. They switched out their healer for a DPS, but considering this formation, it doesn't seem like they intend to fight man-to-man. They probably don't, Li Yibo agreed. If they really were planning on a man-on-man, then Happy would most likely be at a disadvantage. Team Wind Howl's players are very strong individually, which is what has allowed them to perform so well at this man-to-man offensive. It's probably not the best idea to face this head-on for Happy. Just as they spoke, the two teams met. For Team Wind Howl, it was Tang Hao, Lin Feng, and Zhao Yuge. As for Happy, all their members were present. Team Happy's movement speed suddenly fell, while Wind Howl continued to charge forward. Suddenly, there was a poof from Happy, and then purple smoke rapidly spread out, immediately enveloping Happy's characters. Smoke bomb! It's Happy's deception smoke bomb! Pan Lin yelled. No wonder Happy's formation was so closely spaced. Were they wanting to use the cover of smoke bomb to make their opponents incapable of figuring out the situation? Pan Lin yelled out excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. However, Li Yibo frowned, deciding against making any hasty judgments. Did they want to break up Wind Howl's man-to-man with just a smoke bomb? That was underestimating their opponents a little too much, wasn't it? That's what Li Yibo thought. Childish. On the field, Wind Howl's captain, Tang Hao, looked at Happy's strategy with disdain. Wind Howl had honed their man-to-man over and over. It wasn't so easy to break. Smoke bomb could conceal characters, but it was best for a single character. With 5 characters, it was a little too much. It was okay if they didn't move, but once they started moving, the smoke would move too, and then it was a matter of observing the thickness of the smoke to find out where each character was. Or they could just ignore the smoke and wait. It wasn't like the smoke from smoke bombs would move with the characters. If Happy's 5 just sat there, by the time the smoke dispersed, they'd still have to fight. In conclusion, there were too many ways to counter this. If Happy thought that a smoke bomb was some sort of amazing counter strategy, then they were far too naive. A single smoke bomb can't cover for all of them. Destroy them, Tang Hao ordered, matching their aggressive style perfectly. In addition, he hadn't even bothered to switch to the team chat, sending the message directly into the public chat. Happy's strategy was honestly embarrassing. Sending the order directly into the public chat would teach them a lesson and might have them wavering. Tang Hao didn't rely purely on passion when fighting. As a captain, he knew what he should do. Wind Howl's team followed his orders, charging forward. By then, Liu Hao's Spellblade, Absent Sun, and Guo Yang's Qi Master, Qi Breaker had arrived as well, and they acted in perfect sync with the other three. Wind Howl's playstyle was very mature now. "I'll get rid of their smoke," Liu Hao yelled into the chat. He was relatively more cautious. Being unable to see Happy's current situation unsettled him a little. Together, Guo Yang, on the left, understood his worries as a teammate back from Excellent Era and coordinated with him. The two mid-range attackers both had AI attacks, making pincer attacks very satisfying. Thus, Absent Sun began casting a wave sword while Qi Breaker casted to gather Qi energy. Yet that was when a missile shot out of the smoke, trailing flame behind it. Dancing Rain's missile headed straight for Absent Sun, interrupting his cast. On the other flank, the air seemed to have been pierced through by something, leaving behind a chain of transparent ripples. Qi Blade. How could Guo Yang not recognize this skill as a Qi master player? This was Fang Rui's attack, interrupting his. The two attacks from the flanks had been interrupted, but Tang Hao's Demon Subduer was already charging in from the front, while Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon had activated stealth, creeping closer. Zhao Yu's Elementalist, seeing the two casts interrupted, didn't bother starting to cast a powerful spell. He jabbed his staff forward, and a raging flames exploded up amidst Happy's formation. The flames, rising like a volcanic eruption, shot up several meters, but no characters were blasted up by it. Tang Hao's Demon Subduer had finally gotten within attack range, and Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon had closed in successfully with Self. Happy's smoke cover now looked like it was boiling over with those attacks, starting to thin. Attack! With Tang Hao's cry, Team Wind Howl began their most practiced divide and conquer. Ice Wave Sword. Liu Hao's Absent Sun swept his blade out. Frost swept across the ground, tearing into the smoke. The glittering light blue crystals left a clear mark in the purple smoke. Hit. Slash update by Liu Hao saw the crystals hit a target. He didn't know who it was exactly, but this target would have their speed slowed. Happy's rhythm was, with this, destroyed. His blade rose once more, this time surrounded by wisps of flame. Fire Wave Sword, the wave sword with the strongest attack power, was prepared, but that was when Liu Hao felt something strange with the ground under Absent Sun's feet. He hurriedly stepped away and looked down, yet found that he was unable to take this step. A vine had wrapped itself around Absent Sun's foot. Devil World Flower. Liu Hao was stunned for a moment, immediately remembering that one player in Happy's lineup that had replaced Yiziu's position. That rookie-like guy called Luo Jai or something wasn't his class a summoner. Summoner Liu Hao shuddered, suddenly realizing something. Tyrannical Chain Punch. Tang Hao's Demon Subduer had lunged into the fray by then. He didn't care who he'd catch. Their goal was to divide up Happy's 5 characters and isolate them from one another. Hit. Demon Subduer crushed his target against the ground with one hand, his other hand crashing forth. The only thing was that it wasn't as satisfying as he thought it would be. This target seemed so tiny. Spirit Cat. It was a measly Spirit Cat. Summoner. Tang Hao finally realized what was going on, but soon enough, 2 sets of sharp claws had caught Demon Subduer's shoulders. Frost Wolf was biting down on Demon Subduer with a mouth full of chilling energy. Zhao Yu's Elementalist Beautiful Light began to cast a high-level spell after Wind Howl had fully opened up their offensive. Absolute Zero. He wanted to use this powerful control skill to throw one of Happy's members out of their formation. However, in the middle of his casting, an eagle's cry sounded from amidst the purple smoke. A thunder eagle shot out from the smoke like a bolt of lightning, arriving in the air above Beautiful Light seemingly in the blink of an eye. It opened its mouth, spitting out a thunderbolt, and Zhao Yuj was forced to dodge, canceling his cast. Not good. Zhao Yuj had realized, too. This wasn't good at all. The true goal of the smoke bomb wasn't to cover for Happy's 5 characters, but to cover for Happy's summoner's summoning. Wind Howl wanted to fight man to man, but with a summoner, how could they manage? A summoner meant that there would always be more characters. A mistake. They had made a huge mistake. No one had expected that Happy's rookie would be the key character in their team competition. Summoner. This class was a rather obvious counter to Wind Howl's man-to-man style, but Wind Howl had neglected to consider him and forgotten to deal with him. This was only because he was replacing Yi Ziu. Everyone was shocked, but had forgotten to consider what sort of value the person who had been substituted in might have in this team competition. Forgetting a rookie could be fatal too. Chapter 1366. The Limits of Happy's Summoner. Chapter 1366. The Limits of Happy's Summoner. Translator. Namiyami. Editor. Namiyami. Wind Howl, with their man-to-man offense, had neglected to consider the summoner amongst Happy's ranks. This was a humiliatingly rookie mistake. Team Happy's courage and their confidence in their players had reached an absurd level. For other teams, how many of them would be willing to bet everything on a rookie, even when knowing that summoners were a counter to Wind Howl's playstyle? A rookie that hadn't played many rounds since his debut at that. That's what Happy had done. As for the humiliating mistake Wind Howl had made, barely anyone had the heart to criticize them for it, because most people had neglected to consider this as well, just like Wind Howl. Just as everyone was obsessing over how Yi Ziu wasn't playing, now many people had stopped to think how Happy would face this match without Yi Ziu. From their perspective, Happy was just messing around with Yi Ziu not playing. Unfortunately, with a smoke bomb and a summoner, Happy had used 2 rookies of theirs that rarely played in official matches to dismantle Wind Howl's man-to-man offense. The smoke had more or less dispersed, and Happy's impressive formation was revealed. Concealed Light's summons made Team Wind Howl's man-to-man seem ever so idiotic. Liu Hao's absent son was caught by the Devil World Flower's vines. Tang Hao's demon subduer had managed to pin a spirit cat, but his own head was in the jaws of a frost wolf, a rather terrifying sight. Zhao Yu's beautiful light had been locked onto by a thunder eagle. Though there was no way a single summon could be much of a threat to a pro player, he'd have to ask the thunder eagle before he could attack Happy. Was Guo Yang's Chi Breaker and Lin Feng's doubtful demon in the clear then? Of course not. Happy was a team, and Luo Jai wasn't the only one in it. Concealed Light's summons had occupied 3 of Wind Howl's players, and the other members of Happy had plenty of freedom to act as they wished. Su Macheng's Dancing Rain engaged Chi Breaker with her artillery. However, the most unfortunate one was Lin Feng. He was a battle thief and had sneaked over with Doubtful Demon under stealth, planning to tear a character out of Happy's formation. However, the smoke dispersed, his stealth wore off, and then he got surrounded. Tang Ru, Fang Rui, Mo Fan's 3 characters had surrounded Doubtful Demon. Dismantling an opponent's strategy didn't count as a victory. A true victory was dealing a critical blow to the opponent. Strategies could be switched and adjusted. Wind Howl wouldn't have the rookie mistake of forgetting the summoner in their opponent's ranks again. Thus, Happy would naturally want to use this chance and deal a critical blow to Team Wind Howl first. Otherwise, they would merely tanked past their opponent's first wave of attacks. Without a counterattack, what use was that? Lin Feng was currently deeply lodged in Happy's counterattack. Being ganged up on by 3 people had him incapable of fighting back. Doubtful Demon's health plummeted, however. There wasn't nearly enough time to erase Doubtful Demon from the field in one go. Just a Thunder Eagle wasn't nearly enough to completely control Zhao Yu. It might have looked scary with Frost Wolf's jaws clamped around Demon Subduer's head, but this was just a game. The damage didn't increase just because of how scary the scene was. However, the frosty breath of Frost Wolf would give Demon Subduer a slow that could prove annoying for Tang Hao. Liu Hao's absent son was only caught by the vine, which only limited his movements. He could still attack from there. The attack range of wave swords could still reach Happy. In the end, the only one who was pinned rather badly was Chi Breaker under Dancing Rain's assault. Summons, in the end, wasn't as good as a pro player, not nearly good enough. In the current situation, Happy has the advantage, but we can't determine the victors just from that. We'll still have to see how well they perform. Li Yibo could tell that the battle was far from over and commented with this in the live broadcast. Indeed, Liu Hao's absent son might be rooted in place by Devil World Flower, but Happy is still within his attack range. He can definitely still provide Lin Feng with support, Pan Lin exclaimed. Earthquake Sword. Yu Hao, as Pan Lin said, soon had absent son provide support for Doubtful Demon. However, Devil World Flower had become a shield then. Doubtful Demon was dragged behind Devil World Flower and beaten down. Absent Son's wave sword attacks couldn't go around Devil World Flower no matter what. Earthquake Sword was all for naught. But Liu Hao did see a missile rocket over, bouncing on the ground twice before landing in front of him after the dust kicked up by Earthquake Sword dispersed. That bitch. Liu Hao only had the time to curse in anger before the heat-seeking missile descended, spewing fire. Absent Son, trapped by the vine, couldn't dodge. Boom! A mushroom cloud engulfed Absent Son. Suma Cheng, who was primarily dealing with Chi Breaker, managed to divide some of her precious time and focus to send Liu Hao a gift. Tang Hao's Demon Subduer managed to finally escape by then. Fling. The Frost Wolf was grabbed by Demon Subduer. Though his speed had been reduced due to the slow, the power of his attack wasn't reduced at all. The Frost Wolf was thrown right at Tang Ru, and Co-Dragon breaks the ranks. But that was when Tang Ru, attacking even as she defended against his assault, charged out with a dragon breaks the ranks, knocking the Frost Wolf away and stabbing right towards Demon Subduer. Tang Hao's reaction speed and mechanics were perfect, but he couldn't do anything about Demon Subduer's slow. With Tang Ru's abrupt and resolute change in targets, his character couldn't keep up with his attempt to dodge. With a clink, Demon Subduer was sent flying by Soft Mist. However, Tang Ru didn't bother pursuing him. Soft Mist turned right back, continuing her assault on Doubtful Demon. Happy is doing very well. Their play is methodical, very well paced, Li Yibo exclaimed in awe. But like this, hasn't Demon Subduer escaped his pin? Tang Hao will be free to join the fray, Pan Lin said. Really? Li Yibo smiled. On the field, concealed lights casting and orders continued relentlessly. The 4 summoned beasts were what he mained, and this number was also one he was good at controlling. However, right now, Luo Jai didn't conserve anything. He summoned all and any summons that were available to concealed light. Some low-leveled summon creatures had very limited attack power, but Luo Jai wasn't counting on these summons to finish the battle. All these summons had one job, to stall and pin their opponents. They were like line after line of defense, preventing Wind Howl from engaging with Happy. To achieve this goal, Luo Jai summoned relentlessly. Luo Jai's mana was the one thing that was being exhausted the fastest on the field. Normally, summoners definitely wouldn't fight like this. Otherwise, they'd use up their mana before they managed to defeat their opponents. However, the task of defeating their opponents had been given to the others in Happy, and Luo Jai's task was simply to use his summons to continuously harass his opponents. This was a trade. Concealed Light's mana for the opponent's HP. Right now, Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon's health was being depleted just like Luo Jai's mana. Under the combined efforts of 3 of Happy's members, he couldn't retaliate at all. He could only stall as much as possible, waiting for his teammates to save him, and what Luo Jai was doing was preventing this sort of support. Concealed Light's summons and Dancing Rain's long-ranged firepower had become the biggest hindrance to Team Wind Howl. A measly rookie summoner had managed to stall their entire team. This reality was driving Wind Howl crazy. But what could they do? Luo Ji's crazed summoning had creature after creature appear in front of them. He was also giving the summons orders the best he could, not just sending them up to die. With Luo Ji's mechanics, he wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. However, the choice in what details to focus on and which to neglect was something he was accomplishing very well this time. He couldn't perfect his mechanics, but he would act when needed at the crucial moments. Those who looked down on Luo Ji but had some understanding of glory snapped their mouths shut. Anyone could tell how important Luo Ji was to this match. Though he wasn't the main DPS, he was an indispensable part of Happy's strategy. He was like a healer, barely providing any DPS, but who would say that a healer had no value on the field? As for those who were a little more skilled, they were shocked by Luo Ji's performance. It was true that he wasn't top-notch with mechanics, but he had managed to do what he could, the best he could. Precise calculations, a carefully executed rhythm. Happy seemed to have produced another interesting player. Although his natural talent was limited, he could perform at his limit. For example, if this were an exam, some had the ability to achieve a 100%, but because they would make mistakes out of carelessness, they only achieved 90%. As for Luo Ji, he was someone who could only achieve a maximum 90%, but in the end that was what he achieved. With that, his actual performance was no different from those who could achieve 100 but only got 90. Wind Howl needs to find a way to turn things around. This mess won't be good for them if it continues, Li Yibo commented. Then, Advisor Li, what do you think Wind Howl needs to do to solve this dilemma? Pan Lin asked. Cooperate, Li Yibo replied. Wind Howl needs to work as a team. Only by cooperating and advancing as a team can they successfully deal with Concealed Light's stream of summons. Right now, they're each doing their own thing. It's far too low efficiency. This is the root of why Luo Ji has managed to stall them all by himself. As a team, Pan Lin wasn't too sure what to say anymore. Everyone knew that Wind Howl had ended up with this man-to-man style because they performed too terribly as a team. With that, they could brute force a battle of cooperation and teamwork into one-on-one duels. Yet now, Wind Howl had to work as a team to solve their current crisis. That's probably a little hard for them now, no, Pan Lin lamented. He couldn't lean too much to one side right now, after all. Chapter 1367, Wind Howl That Needs Teamwork. Chapter 1367, Wind Howl That Needs Teamwork. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. To have Wind Howl play as a team. Everyone who heard Li Yibo's evaluation went silent. If Wind Howl could play beautifully as one, would they have needed to resort to their current method? In the end, a man-to-man full offensive playstyle was on the extreme end. When employing such an imbalanced playstyle, a slight fault in execution could result in the opponents grasping a huge opportunity. This time, because Wind Howl had neglected Happy's summoner, they had fallen into such a crisis. Lose like this? No. No one in Wind Howl was willing to give up. Who was that? Luo Ji. A name they had never even heard of, an unknown noob, was about to be their downfall. How could they live with that? Stand firm, Tang Hao roared in the chat. Who knew if he wanted Lin Feng to persist, or if he wanted the whole team to continue with their current playstyle and look for an opportunity to break through? After he yelled out this order, the frost wolf summoned by Concealed Light once again pounced towards him relentlessly. Frost Wolf was one of Concealed Light's 4 main summons. Its battle power couldn't compare to the miscellaneous summons he only added a few points in. In addition to its naturally high defense and health, it wasn't something that could be dealt with in just a few blows, not even by Tang Hao. Back throw. Tang Hao could use a high-priority move to have Demon Subduer throw the Frost Wolf behind him. However, in the blink of an eye, the Frost Wolf had climbed back up and pounced again. As Wind Howl's core, a lot of importance had been attached to Demon Subduer, but the enemy summons seemed to be endless. No matter what he did, he could never get rid of them all. No, it's not like this. Tang Hao was still a top-tier god. He obviously knew that although a summoner had a lot of summons, they didn't have an endless amount of them. The enemy summoner had an extremely strong grasp of rhythm, linking attack after attack. His calculations were immaculate. This guy. Tang Hao realized that Happy's Luo Jai wasn't a player that could casually be ignored. If it was a 1v1, Luo Jai's annoying tactics were nothing to be afraid of. If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill two. He could just keep on killing summon after summon until Luo Jai ran out of mana. However, in the amount of time it took for him to kill one summon, who knew how much damage Lin Feng's doubtful demon would take? If he didn't hurry and rescue him, Wind Howl would immediately have one less player the enemy's side. Such a wide disparity could not be casually erased. Restrict concealed light summons. Tang Hao finally gave the order. When Chen Guo saw this scene, she felt a wave of joy. Luo Jai seemed to be Happy's weakest member. He hadn't been used until the very end of the season, but in this match, the arrogant team Wind Howl and the overbearing Captain Tang Hao had unexpectedly targeted him. They weren't focusing on Luo Jai because he was the weakest member, or because he was the easiest to bully, but rather because he was the one putting a halt to Wind Howl's plans. He had not only received the acknowledgement of his teammates, but the acknowledgement of an extremely proud opponent. Even if it was just in this team competition, Lu Jai had firmly cemented his place. Chen Guo believed that no matter what ended up happening, Tang Hao would certainly remember the name Luo Jai, this noob who had brought so much trouble to them. Well done. You have to win. Chen Guo celebrated quietly, but Wind Howl had already started acting. Under Tang Hao's clear orders, they began targeting concealed light, and this would be a group effort. In the end, Wind Howl had been forced to change their recently successful playstyle to deal with the situation. Zhao Yu's beautiful light suddenly teleported, abandoning his original position. Wind Howl's formation had reason behind it. Every player's position efficiently split apart each opponent. But because they were switching up their tactics, Zhao Yu immediately threw his position aside. There was also Liu Hao. His absent son was no longer being restricted by vines. After receiving the order, he immediately moved horizontally, his movements matching Zhao Yu's. Team Wind Howl's team play was indeed lacking, but they had built up synergy in certain places. After all, each player was individually talented. If they truly couldn't work together at all, they wouldn't be qualified to be pro players. Absent Sun and Beautiful Light had joined together despite the blockade of summons. Beautiful Light's teleport had contributed greatly towards it. No matter how fast a Thunder Eagle may be, it could not achieve instant movement. After the two characters met up, Absent Sun moved to the front while Beautiful Light moved to the back, forming a shield. The charging summons were dealt with by Liu Hao's Absent Sun, while Zhao Yu's Beautiful Light began casting in safety. Then a satellite beam crashed to the ground, sweeping towards them. The two immediately dodged. This girl again. Liu Hao's irritation had reached a peak, and Sima Cheng had kept it there. Dancing Rain's firepower suddenly shifted towards them, unleashing a fierce assault. Absent Sun dodged with difficulty, and without protection, Beautiful Light could not continue casting. Everyone in the audience shook their heads. This was exactly why Wind Howl could not play well together. They had a certain level of synergy, but it stopped there. Their teamwork was easily broken apart. Not only that, the two had just gotten together, but were separated by a satellite beam. The two were now getting farther and farther apart. They had initially intended on coordinating with each other, but in the blink of an eye, their plan was destroyed without a sliver of it remaining. Windhowl may have realized that their top priority is to stop Luo Jai from summoning freely. However, Windhowl still hasn't found a good solution to it yet. Liu Hao and Zhao Yuge tried to convene, but Sima Cheng easily broke them apart, Pan Lin said. Their teamwork still isn't good enough. In team battles, Windhowl's foresight is rather lacking. Liu Hao's and Zhao Yu's coordination was somewhat hurried. They failed to consider the issue of timing. Li Yibo had the courage to talk about Windhowl's teamwork because it was rather weak. Weak meant superficial. Li Yibo could see through them without much effort. Then, Coach Li, what do you think they should do? Pan Lin asked. They could have Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge act as bait from one end, while Liu Hao and Guo Yang work from the other end. The two were old teammates in excellent era. Their synergy together should be quite high. Li Yibo was more than bold enough to talk about Windhowl's plans. Indeed, that would be better. H.M. Liu Hao is. Pan Lin suddenly noticed something. This is. Li Yibo also noticed it. He's pretending to retreat, but in reality he's looking to coordinate with Guo Yang, Pan Lin yelled. Guo Yang's chi breaker has made a move. Dancing rain shifting targets gave him an opening, and he grasped that opening well, Pan Lin shouted. Sima Cheng's attacks were a bit excessive. She should have been able to promptly shift back. This opening shouldn't have existed, Li Yibo remarked. It was already too late, though. Guo Yang's chi break was able to complete a cast during this opening. Cloud-grasping fist, Pan Lin shouted. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. Could chi breakers move turn the tables for Windhowl? The camera zoomed in on concealed light. But dancing rain, Pan Lin was astonished. Guo Yang's chi breaker was just barely able to find an opening to disrupt Happy's momentum, but he targeted dancing rain instead of concealed light. How calm, Li Yibo praised. Grabbing concealed light from his position was rather difficult. One slight slip-up, or if the summons got in his way, he might just end up grabbing a summon instead. That's why grabbing Dancing Rain is actually an excellent choice. Dancing Rain has been cloud-grasped and is out of the picture. Wait, she hasn't stopped attacking. Pan Lin was unable to keep his thoughts to himself and ended with a cry of surprise. Dancing Rain had been forcefully separated from her team with cloud-grasping fist, but she continued to bombard Liu Hao's absent son with attacks. Despite the forced movements, her attacks were still as precise as ever. Hit, 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 hit after hit. Liu Hao's absent son was blown up, as if there really was no son. Could it be? Liu Hao isn't actually intentionally giving away openings, but rather Sima Cheng's attacks are truly so fierce that he's being forced into so many openings. Li Yibo was astonished. So you're saying, Guo Yang's opening came out of blind luck, Pan Lin said. It's hard to say, Li Yibo said. It really was hard to say, but seeing how Dancing Rain had been pulled away, yet refused to let up her attacks, those really were his thoughts. Dancing Rain bombarded Absent Sun as she moved towards Chi Breaker. Her speed actually increased because of the recoil from her attacks. Her character continued to grow larger and larger in front of Guo Yang's eyes. Why does this feel familiar? Guo Yang suddenly had a strange feeling rise up. He didn't have time to think carefully about it. Dancing Rain had already arrived in front of him. Behind. Guo Yang saw a warning from the team chat. Behind. How could there be anyone behind him? Happy's players were all in front of him. Wait, no. Isn't there someone missing? Soft mist. Guo Yang suddenly realized where that feeling of déjà vu came from. Launching spear. This was a tactic that Yi Qiu and Sima Cheng had once used. What they meant by behind wasn't behind Chi Breaker, but rather behind Dancing Rain. Behind her was soft mist. Dancing fire flowing flames swept by as the air itself seemed to boil. Guo Yang had the opportunity to strike Dancing Rain, but then the following battle mage attacks could not be dodged. What to do? This was a question that countless excellent era opponents got headaches from, but this time, it was Guo Yang's turn. Guo Yang didn't run away because his memory told him that when this tactic came, dodging would turn out worse than standing firm. Qigong Blast. Qi Breaker's palm slammed towards Dancing Rain as dancing fire flowing flames swept towards him. Chapter 1368. Both sides stalling 1 on 2. Chapter 1368. Both sides stalling 1 on 2. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Boom. The Qigong Blast crashed through Dancing Rain's body, Qi buffeting her long hair. Qi Breaker was unable to avoid Soft Mist's attack either, but Guo Yang's attention was mostly focused on Dancing Rain. Launching Spear. This was a rare method of attack of Yi Ziu and Suma Cheng's, where the launcher was the main attacker. The battle mage's sneak attack from behind the launcher was just to set up the foundations of the assault. Next, the launcher would engulf the target in a barrage of close-ranged artillery fire. Guo Yang was an ex-player of excellent eras after all, so he had seen this technique plenty of times in matches and was taught about it in training as well. Be on guard against Suma Cheng. That was what experience told him. However, this time, all Dancing Rain did was turn her back on him. Guo Yang anxiously waited for her to turn around, yet she didn't, instead slowly moving away from him. She left. Updated BY Read Novelful. Guo Yang was shocked. What the hell was this? This wasn't how the launching spear went. He hesitated, but Tang Ru didn't. Soft Mist's dancing fire flowing flame burned through the air towards him. Dancing Rain was already behind her. Although Dancing Rain didn't seem to have any intentions of turning around, her attacks hadn't stopped at all, still bombarding Liu Hao's total darkness relentlessly. What was this? Guo Yang was completely baffled. From start to finish, Suma Cheng didn't even glance over. Was this really the launching spear? Resisting the urge to beg for attention, Guo Yang focused on dealing with Tang Ru. After the first strike, Soft Mist's attacks were raining down on him rapidly. Guo Yang realized that even though it was just this one person, he wouldn't be able to deal with her offensive that easily. Thus, looking back on the process, the cooperative aspect of the launching spear seemed completely non-existent. Tang Ru merely used this method to help Suma Cheng escape the cloud-grasping fist. And then Tang Ru attacked Guo Yang while Suma Cheng never stopped her assault on Liu Hao. Even when she was dragged away by cloud-grasping fist, she didn't even give Guo Yang's Qi Breaker a single glance. What were they trying to do? Commentator Pan Lin was confused and looked at Li Yibo for an answer. This is probably because she doesn't want to stop her offensive. Suma Cheng has been very successful in suppressing Liu Hao after all. Li Yibo was also filled with confusion, but as a VIP guest commentator, he was here to explain uncertainties and not ask questions, so he had no choice but to answer Pan Lin. She seems to be very focused on dealing with Liu Hao, Pan Lin noted. Probably because she has a better understanding of him since he's an ex-teammate, Li Yibo guessed. But so is Guo Yang. In the end, Li Yibo still ended up lost as to how to answer. However, thinking carefully, Suma Cheng's performance in this round really was rather strange. No matter if it was back at Excellent Era or currently at Happy, she generally performed a supporting role in their tactical system. It wasn't like there weren't times where she'd open up an offensive, but for her to lock onto a single person and bombard them relentlessly like this, that was extremely rare. Suma Cheng seemed like she was determined to act on Wind Howl's strategy, trying to tear Liu Hao's total darkness out of Wind Howl's team. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The broadcast also gave Suma Cheng a lot of focus. Steadily, everyone began realizing that this was rather uncharacteristic. Suma Cheng seemed to have left Happy's tactical system and went to 1v1 Liu Hao. Was this girl crazy? Liu Hao frantically had total darkness dodge, feeling rather surprised. He was pretty sure he wasn't a key figure in Wind Howl's strategy, no. It wasn't like he was Happy's Luo Jai. Why was Suma Cheng so focused on him? Had she gotten something wrong? Roll, jump, run. Liu Hao's total darkness acted like he was here to attend a sports competition, only able to execute these technical actions. Counterattack. His spellblade didn't have the range of a launcher. If he wanted to counterattack, he had to be able to actually reach her first. Generally speaking, the further the distance, the weaker the control on the target. However, Dancing Rain's attacks were so well spaced that Liu Hao couldn't see any of the openings that distance should have given him. He slowly began to panic. He had known and fought beside Suma Cheng for years, and never once had he noticed how aggressive she was. What was with this feeling? It was like he was prey with a predator staring down his neck. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. All those who knew Suma Cheng well enough were all shocked at her uncharacteristic actions. Did she have a grudge or something? That was what many people were thinking by then. Suma Cheng's playstyle wasn't at all like a tactic that Happy had planned for, but more like cathartic venting. Suma Cheng's burst of strength had the match twisting in another direction. Currently, Tang Ru and Guo Yang were fighting 1v1. Fang Rui and Mo Fan were ganging up on Lin Feng, while Luo Jai was stalling both Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge at once. As for Suma Cheng and Liu Hao, the former was completely suppressing the latter. From this perspective, the match didn't seem much different from a man-to-man. It was just that this situation had a 1v2 and a 1-2v1, and it was all with Happy at an advantage. Lin Feng's doubtful demon, after being bullied by 3 people for so long, was still helpless against the 2 that remained. Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge, the 2 that were viewed as the cores of their team now, were being stalled by a single rookie summoner. However, they hadn't lost much health, and instead, Concealed Light had expended a huge amount of mana. Yet anyone could see what Concealed Light was trading this mana for. Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge were both very confident in themselves. Currently being stalled by Luo Jai 2v1 for so long, the mental blow that this dealt to them was more significant. As for Luo Jai, originally, he had to have his summoned creatures stall several targets, and now, suddenly, that number had fallen to 2. His mechanics became more focused and active. This 90-point student was performing exceptionally this time, reaching a score of 95. However, the one who had been in the worst situation this entire battle was still Lin Feng. From the very beginning, he had been encircled and beaten. He had no choice but to watch and wait for help. He waited and waited, yet Wind Howl's actions were like thunder without the rain or lightning. They had fought up till now, and although his opponents had fallen to just 2, he still couldn't hold up against them. On some level, Lin Feng at first could be considered to be holding off 1v3 and now 1v2, but his teammates had to deal with the problem at hand while he held them off. Unfortunately, Wind Howl couldn't deal with the problem at hand, and Lin Feng was slowly being dealt with by their opponents. It seems like Wind Howl still hasn't found a solution. Pan Lin had said this who knows how many times already. However, they've at least managed to increase Concealed Light's mana expenditure. This way, if Concealed Light's mana runs out when Doubtful Demon is defeated, then they'll still be able to fight this match. A summoner without mana is more or less equal to a dead character, Li Yibo analyzed. Could this be the solution Wind Howl has decided to go with? Pan Lin asked. Perhaps. How brutal, Pan Lin exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Li Yibo laughed weakly. Brutal, more like helpless. Did Wind Howl really plan this or get into this situation by chance? Who knew? Either way, Wind Howl wasn't in a good position. Would Doubtful Demon's health be depleted first or Concealed Light's mana? The live broadcast displayed the 2's health and mana side by side, reminding the audience of the crucial point to this battle. The playing on the field seemed to have realized this as well. Lin Feng hadn't given up, still stubbornly struggling against the 2-person pincer. As a battle thief, he'd occasionally use some dirty tactics. After all, Playing dirty was better for survival than tanking through. As for Luo Jai, he really didn't have any further ideas. Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge were putting even more pressure on him. He could only face them head-on. He couldn't let his guard down at all. If only his mechanics were a little better. Luo Jai, even doing his absolute best, still didn't feel like this was enough. However, this was already the ceiling of his ability. He was already performing past his limit, and no one doubted his skill any longer. However, Luo Jai wasn't satisfied with himself. If he could do even better, then Happy wouldn't have fallen into this situation in the first place. It was because he wasn't good enough that he had to deplete his mana and throw his summons out like cannon fodder in order to stall the opponents. Their current situation wasn't so good. Just in terms of calculation, Luo Jai's ability was cream of the crop. Even when everyone else only had a vague judgment, he had already managed to calculate the rate at which the two gauges were going down. Not good at all. If this continued, his mana would be depleted first. Then if he was unable to stop those two, Doubtful Demon might even be saved and everything would have been for nothing. They needed support. Luo Jai was desperate. He wanted to notify his teammates, but Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge were on him too hard. He didn't have any time to type. No voice, what a shitty rule. Luo Jai was even cursing the alliance match rules now. Hurry, we gotta hurry. Fang Rui, by then, had also realized that he and Mo Fan might not be efficient enough. However, he had the time to spare to send a message. On one hand, this was to tell Mo Fan to hurry. On the other, it was also telling the two 1v1 fighters that they might need some support, and to provide it if they could. Tang Ru understood what Fang Rui was trying to say, and had the intentions of pulling her battle over. However, the experienced Guo Yang was clear on the situation of the battle and knew that Lin Feng definitely couldn't take more damage. He immediately clung to Soft Mist with everything he had. Just a little bit more. A little bit longer. Everyone was staring at the two's HP and MP. As the two numbers fell, the situation became clearer and clearer. It wasn't looking good for Happy. Summoners were mana-hungry classes in the first place, and with this playstyle the player was doing all he could to the best he could. There was no reason to criticize this sort of performance. Was Happy's spectacular arrangement and performance going to be brute forced through by Wind Howl like that? Apart from Wind Howl fans, everyone felt that this was quite a shame for Happy. We need some artillery support. Fang Rui finally yelled for help directly. He wasn't Tang Hao or Zhao Yuge. When it was time to call for reinforcements, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Boom! An explosion immediately enveloped Doubtful Demon, which surprised even Fang Rui, who was right nearby. Support came right when he asked for it. Did he have some sort of superpower? Sorry, I'm late, Suma Cheng sent into the chat. That was when everyone suddenly remembered that there was another set of players on the field. Suma Cheng had returned, and what about Liu Hao? Liu Hao had already been defeated. Spellblade Total Darkness was the first to be wiped off the field. Defeated by Suma Cheng, Dancing Rain alone. Namiyami, she definitely has a grudge. Chapter 1369, Who's the MVP? Chapter 1369, Who's the MVP? Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. Liu Hao was killed. Once everyone realized that this was true, they were all stunned. That was absurd. Lin Feng was still holding on after being ganged up on for so long, but Liu Hao's absent son had been crushed by Suma Cheng on her own. No one had expected that the 1v1 duels would be the first to end, so in this time, no matter if it was the live broadcast or the audience's attention, they were all focused on Lin Feng and Luo Jai's 1v2s. Lin Feng was forced into a 1v2, while Luo Jai had the initiative for his 1v2. This indirect face-off between the two seemed to be coming to an end with Concealed Light's mana running out, but no one had ever expected that the 1v1 on the other side would see a result first. How did Sima Cheng destroy Liu Hao so quickly? The battle was tense, and the live broadcast couldn't possibly replay that section. Everyone could only watch dumbly as the battle raged on. With Sima Cheng's dancing rein back, she helped Fang Rui and Mo Fan turn their battle into a 3v1 even as she sent some firepower support towards Luo Jai's side of things. The situation immediately turned, and soon enough, the face-off ended with Doubtful Demon's death. Instantly, the 5v5 situation became a 5v3, and Wind Howl's cleric hadn't even managed to rush over yet. It was over. That was what everyone was thinking. Wind Howl had lost 2 people at once, so man-to-man wasn't an option anymore. Fight as a team. Could Wind Howl beat Happy with a number disadvantage? Even if Happy didn't have Yiziu, they had proven their strength as a team in the 3 consecutive rounds of Yiziu-less team competitions. A team that could fight Thunderclaps to the bitter end, who dared underestimate them. They were going to lose. A lifeless silence engulfed Wind Howl's home stadium. This loss was a crisis for Wind Howl. With this result, they might fall to the same number of points as 100 Blossoms, meaning that they'd both have to fight for that extra boost in points in the last round. With the tiebreaker in their favor, Wind Howl wasn't afraid of tying in points, but if they had even a 1-point disadvantage, then they'll be kicked out of the playoffs. How is 100 Blossoms doing against Tyranny? Li Yibo asked after this problem for all those who were curious. It's still ongoing. Pan Lin looked over the information sent over from the other stadium. Ah, Pan Lin suddenly cried out after looking more closely at the contents. They're in the lead. Team 100 Blossoms is currently in the lead in terms of numbers. They managed to get the advantage in numbers in their home game. An advantage in numbers was generally how team competitions were judged while ongoing. If the other side couldn't mitigate this imbalance in time, then the final result would be exactly what they didn't want to see. If 100 Blossoms wins, then they'll be tied with Wind Howl in the final round, Li Yibo noted. The match between 301 Degrees and Seaside is about to end. 301 Degrees should be able to win without much trouble, Pan Lin continued. Then 301 Degrees will be 2 points ahead of 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl, Li Yibo concluded. And the other matches? Thunderclap currently has the advantage in numbers as well, Pan Lin replied. It seems like they really do have a chance to beat Samsara. Li Yibo's tone was filled with admiration. If so, then Happy and Thunderclap will both have a 7-point advantage in the last round, Pan Lin said. But they still shouldn't let down their guard. Especially Happy, their opponent for the last round is 301 Degrees. 301 Degrees only has a 2-point lead. They definitely go all out in the last round. If Happy really does slip up and lose by a little too much, and if 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl manage to win big, they might be left behind, Li Yibo said. Though the chances of that are a little too low, Pan Lin said. It's true that there are a lot of requirements to meet, but Happy really can't let down their guard. In contrast, Thunderclap's last opponent is Miracle. I think they're completely in the safe zone now, Li Yibo said. The two's discussion was already on the next round, not giving any attention to the ongoing match. In their eyes, Wind Howl, down 2 people, had no way of turning the tides. The match was already at its end. However, Wind Howl clearly didn't want to give up. After a moment of silence, the in-venue audience exploded with cheers and shouts of encouragement. On the field, Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge weren't the kind of people who gave up when they fell behind. They were still giving it their all, trying to use their skill to overturn the match. However, Happy had become cautious, their entire team drawing back, heading towards the support zones and clearly aiming to switch in their healer. With Wind Howl's disadvantage in numbers, they couldn't stop Happy's retreat even with their cleric's arrival. Yet, once they arrived at the support zones, Happy didn't directly switch their players, they first set a trap. When Wind Howl arrived in their relentless pursuit, They were struck full force by Concealed Light's final Elemental Beast King formation. The requirements for activating the Elemental Beast King formation was to have all 4 summoned beasts on the field and standing in the required positions. After activation, the 4 summoned beasts' combative ability would dramatically increase. Thunder Eagle and Young Wyvern's thunderbolts and fireballs shot out like bullets from a machine gun. The chill that spread when Frost Wolf opened its maws and howled spread a layer of frost across the field. Spirit Cat, originally very agile, had its speed raised another level, its form darting from one place to the next, leaving broken after images behind. Being able to control such powerful summons was a delight for any summoner, but this delight wouldn't continue on forever. The powered-up 4 summoned beasts still had health and could be killed, and their active time would be calculated according to the active time of the Elemental Beast King formation. When the skill ended, the 4 summoned beasts would all disappear. In addition, during the time the Elemental Beast King formation was active, the summoning of the 4 summoned beasts were deactivated. They couldn't be resummoned. Luo Jai, an underestimated rookie summoner, had become the star of this show. It was only after the Elemental Beast King formation ended that Wen and Little Cold Hands were switched in. Happy then fought steadily while Wind Howl's Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge, unwilling to give up, continued to struggle. But their struggles were futile. All right, now Wind Howl's last character, Tang Hao's Demon Subduer, has fallen. In the end, Wind Howl still lost this team competition, commentator Pan Lin announced. With that, the results of this match are 4-6, Happy with a total of 244 points, while Wind Howl had 237. The 2 teams will enter the last round of the regular season with a 7-point difference, Li Yibo said. Coach Li, what do you think about this match? Pan Lin asked. The match had finished and the results were out, meaning that Li Yibo was much freer to comment as he wished. Well, although Yiziu didn't fight, they clearly made ample preparations for this battle. Their strategy was executed very well, and a great counter to Wind Howl's playstyle. They managed to grasp the initiative from the very start. Indeed, Team Happy's Luo Jai was the greatest surprise and delight of the match. It was truly unexpected, but also a very reasonable coincidence, Pan Lin agreed. That's right. On the other hand, for Wind Howl, neglecting to consider Luo Jai was a fatal mistake they made at the very beginning. No matter what kind of player the opponent is, just the fact that there was a summoner meant that Wind Howl should utilize the appropriate countermeasures. Though Wind Howl only knew of Happy's player switch when the match was about to begin, they should have adjusted accordingly, but they didn't. They didn't even think to counter Luo Jai's summoner until halfway through, and afterwards, they didn't execute that counter well either, Li Yibo analyzed. Despite that, Wind Howl actually still had a chance, right? Pan Lin asked. Yes. Even if Luo Jai's summoner dismantled their man-to-man playstyle, this dismantling came at a huge cost to Luo Jai. Using their willpower and individual abilities, they might not have been able to break through Luo Jai's summon creature wall, but they could deplete Concealed Light's mana. Unfortunately, that's when a major problem appeared. I believe everyone noticed this, Li Yibo said. Liu Hao, right? Pan Lin questioned. Yes. Just as Wind Howl's entire team was holding on, waiting for Concealed Light's mana to be completely depleted, Liu Hao fell to Sima Cheng. This is another immense surprise in this match. In reality, Wind Howl's eventual loss was because of this one event. If it wasn't for this, then even with Happy's arrangements, Wind Howl would still have a chance. However, Liu Hao's defeat pretty much killed all of Wind Howl's hopes, Li Yibo explained. We still have some time left, so next let's look back at what really happened and how Liu Hao was killed so quickly by Sima Cheng. As Pan Lin talked, the shot in the broadcast switched to Dancing Rain's barrage against Absent Sun. As the battle raged, Pan Lin and Li Yibo waited to comment, and the blasts of the launcher's cannon resounded in the audience's ears. Suma Cheng's style is very resolute this time. What do you think, Coach Li? Pan Lin finally spoke up. Yes, we've never seen such resolution from her. Suma Cheng accurately grasped the match point. Look, she had completely stopped the wide-range support she'd usually provide in matches, focusing all her attention on Liu Hao's absent son. Her performance is impeccable and Liu Hao was completely suppressed. He was completely helpless and she crushed him, otherwise how else would he have died so fast? Over there, Lin Feng's thief fighting 1v3, then 1v2 had managed to hold on for longer, Li Yibo commented. Liu Hao's performance definitely wasn't the best this time, Pan Lin exclaimed. Indeed. Being steamrolled like that in a team competition, never mind in a match like this, in any match, it would definitely break the balance of the situation, Li Yibo said. Suma Cheng's performance was truly exceptional, Pan Lin sighed in admiration. I agree. She's given this match a dilemma and I'm curious about it as well. Will the MVP of the match be given to Luo Jai or Suma Cheng? Li Yibo wondered aloud. I think it'll probably go to Suma Cheng. After all, it was her exceptional performance that allowed them to grasp the match point and ascertain Happy's victory. Otherwise, with just Luo Jai's playstyle, the way the match would go would still be uncertain, Pan Lin explained. However, Luo Jai played a crucial role in breaking the balance on the field as well. In addition, he's a rookie that hasn't played many matches. I think the Alliance will take that into account too, so I think it'll be Luo Jai, Li Yibo countered. Then, Coach Li, let's make a bet. Whoever loses has to treat the other to a midnight snack, yeah, Pan Lin joked. This clearly wasn't anything harmful. All right then. The statistical data should be announced soon, Li Yibo played along. Let's use this time to take a look at the other matches, Pan Lin suggested. Chapter 1370. You played pretty well. Chapter 1370. You played pretty well. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. By this time, the players from Wind Howl and Happy had emerged from their competitor booths. The large screen in the stadium displayed the final score as the players came on stage. They followed the typical post-match protocol, acknowledging the crowd and greeting their opponents. Each and every one of the Wind Howl players looked numb, robotically shaking hands with Happy's players. The typical niceties like "you played pretty well," "keep working hard," "congrats," and so on were left out this time. These were all just for politeness, so no one really cared too much whether they were actually said or not. Their players were still lined up in an orderly fashion though, with Captain Tang Hao at the head, and the rest arranged in order. Lined up second was Vice Captain Liu Hao, who quickly arrived in front of Suma Cheng with a resentful expression on his face. But Suma Cheng seemed to be in quite a good mood as she looked at him with a bright smile. Liu Hao gave a cold humph and didn't pay attention to it. He just stuck out his hand automatically, wanting to get this over with. Suma Cheng, however, didn't extend her hand. You played pretty well, Suma Cheng said, smiling. Liu Hao was enraged. In this match, everyone else could be praised as playing pretty well. Tang Hao, Zhao Yuge, even Lin Feng, they had all worked hard in the match, and even though they'd lost, they'd displayed their skill level. Only Liu Hao hadn't. He'd been completely wiped out by Suma Cheng, which had destroyed Wind Howl's chance of success. He was absolutely the one person on the field that had disappointed the most. If there were an award for least valuable player, Liu Hao would have earned it with no contest. Suma Cheng's "you played pretty well" to him was a statement filled with mocking irony. Liu Hao felt powerless to argue and just wanted this all to end quickly, but Suma Cheng still did not shake his hand. I'm not like a certain person who can't bear to waste time caring about all of the despicable things that you've done. Unlike him, I object greatly. Suma Cheng was still smiling, but after dropping those words, she completely ignored Liu Hao's outstretched hand and walked right past him. Liu Hao stood there, stunned. What grasping the key point of the match, resolutely attacking, going all out on the offensive, beautiful performance. It was none of that. She just wanted revenge. She searched for an opportunity on the battlefield and ferociously opened fire upon him. That fucker. Liu Hao clenched his left hand into a fist. His right hand had been ignored by Sima Cheng, and now it seemed like even he had forgotten about it as it remained stiffly extended. After Sima Cheng, the next happy member to walk by was Mo Fan. He didn't pay attention to Liu Hao's state at all, and seeing the extended hand, he simply took it and casually shook. "You played pretty well," he said. "What?" This sentence struck Liu Hao awake like a bolt of lightning. "You're here to humiliate me too." Liu Hao was furious, but Mo Fan didn't pause. After speaking, he was already swiftly walking past. "You played pretty well. You played pretty well. You played pretty well." Mo Fan mechanically shook hands with all of the Wind Howl players, giving all of them this same sentence. This was what he had learned was necessary to do after a match. Without any change, he delivered this message to every opponent. But for Liu Hao, after what Sima Cheng had just said, this was just rubbing salt in the wound. Liu Hao felt faint. "You played pretty well." The sound of these mocking words seemed to reverberate around the whole stadium. It was as though all of the audience members, and his Wind Howl teammates, and all of the media reporters and commentators were all gently smiling as they looked at him and said, "You played pretty well." The world spun. Liu Hao suddenly crashed to the ground. Immediately, the stadium was in an uproar, and the players still on stage were in even more of a panic as to what to do. The stadium workers rushed on stage to carry Liu Hao away, and they swiftly looked for someone to treat him. Just like this, the post-match greetings came to a hasty close, but the post-match press conference would go on as usual. Liu Hao instantly became the center of discussion, but it wasn't just because he'd fainted after the match. As the single largest contributor to Wind Howl's loss, this press conference would have been very difficult for him. Some reporters even questioned whether he'd pretended to pass out just to avoid this. Of course, such doubts couldn't be directly voiced, as it would be somewhat heartless. What if he really had fainted? And so the press conference opened with everyone expressing false concern. After hearing that Liu Hao was not in any serious condition, the question, "What are your thoughts on Liu Hao's performance this match?" was naturally pulled out. In the individual competition, Liu Hao had been defeated by Yi Ziu. In the team competition, he was wiped out by Sima Cheng, which directly orchestrated Wind Howl's defeat. He had been the biggest reason why Wind Howl had lost 6 points. Most teams in a situation like this would try to protect their players who had performed poorly, even if it was just for appearances. But Wind Howl's captain Tang Hao wasn't that kind of person. He very bluntly used disaster to describe Liu Hao's performance today. What a shame. This is what everyone was thinking, but they weren't pitying Liu Hao's disappointing performance today. No, they were thinking that it was a shame that Tang Hao had given such a blunt answer, breaking from what most other teams would do, but Liu Hao wasn't here to hear it. Otherwise, what sort of fireworks would have resulted? This sort of merciless criticism was extremely rare to see. The reporters were all excitedly wondering how they should write their articles. At this time, the results of the other matches this round had already been released. 301's match had ended the earliest. To no one's surprise, they took down Seaside in an easy 10-0 victory. They now had 239 points, 2 points ahead of Wind Howl and 5 points behind Happy. Team 100 Blossoms at this critical moment withstood the pressure. After lagging behind Tyranny 03, they furiously chased their points and managed to win both the group arena and the team round, resulting in a final score of 7-3. With 237 points, they were now tied with Wind Howl. However, because they lost to Wind Howl in terms of their head-to-head score, they were still in 9th place for now. Still, they were able to carry their hopes into the final round. 100 Blossoms fans were beyond excited. Their team's strong fighting spirit and refusal to give in gave them strong feelings of loyalty and pride. They held faith that this kind of team could definitely fight until the last moment and achieve results that would make everyone happy. Aside from this, Thunderclap had also managed to obtain victory in the team round against Samsara, ending the match 7-3. Right now, Thunderclap was tied with Happy at 244 points, but because they lost to Happy in terms of their head-to-head score, they were at 6th place for now. But in the final round, Thunderclap was facing Miracle. In terms of opponent, their final round was pretty relaxed, so everyone figured that Thunderclap had secured their spot in the playoffs. The celebrations in Thunderclap's home stadium were much more relaxed than those at 100 Blossom Stadium. After seeing the results of all the other matches, Pan Lin and Li Yibo were still eagerly waiting for the final statistics of the match between Wind Howl and Happy. Finally, the statistics were announced, and the MVP award for this match went to Luo Jai. The official analysis affirmed his outstanding performance and important role in this match. As expected of Coach Li, having lost the bet, Pan Lin had to express his regret. "Ha, time for you to pay," said Li Yibo. "I know this one place that serves good Dapanji-1, let's go later." Pan Lin was quickly back to his energetic self. "Even though it's this late," said Li Yibo. Let's go," Pan Lin prompted him. The match broadcast announced its conclusion in the middle of the off-topic conversation of these two. By this time, all matches of round 37 of Season 10 of the Pro League had ended. Aside from these 5 teams who were fiercely competing for playoff spots, the other teams dutifully played their matches well. The biggest change on the leaderboard was that 301, after sweeping Seaside, finally returned to the top 8, while 100 Blossoms was squeezed to 9th place. Which 8 teams would make it to the playoffs? This would only be decided with the final round. Aside from this, Blue Rain won 8-2 against Void, allowing them to once again surpass Tyranny to sit at 2nd place. This competition of rankings would impact the playoff matchups, and so there were a number of people paying attention to this. In Wind Howl's post-match press conference, Liu Hao earned the public criticism his captain made to the media. Meanwhile, in Happy's press conference, Luo Jai appeared for the first time. He was bombarded with questions from the reporters, enough to make his head spin. He pitifully looked to his seniors to save him, but no one was paying attention to him. Yiziu and Suma Cheng were calmly chatting over to the side. "You beat Liu Hao so hard that he actually fainted," said Yiziu. "So ferocious of you." "As soon as I see him, I can't help but explode," said Suma Cheng. "You have to stay calm. We won't see him again." "That's not for sure, there's still 1 round left," said Yiziu. "God Yi, could you talk about why the team chose to make such bold arrangements against Wind Howl this round?" At this time, Suma Cheng had actually taken out a handful of sunflower seeds and was munching on them right there on the press conference stage, and a reporter, feeling that this was just too much, finally interrupted the two's conversation to ask this question. "Oh, was it bold?" Yiziu immediately adjusted his attitude to respond to the question. "I don't think so. Wind Howl's extreme tactics could be used for a while, but not forever. To get such excellent results in so many rounds, their luck is quite good. But if they really wanted to rely on such tactics to defeat every opponent under the sky, then they're truly underestimating everyone far too much." "That's to say, you don't think Wind Howl's prospects are good?" the reporter asked. "Who's Wind Howl's opponent in the final round?" Yiziu asked. "It's Tiny Herb," the reporter answered. "Oh. If Wang Jixi is killed by strategy like this, I think that he should just give up and retire," said Yiziu. This." The reporter felt awkward and had no idea how to continue. "Didn't you just say that nothing was for sure with the final round?" said Suma Cheng. The rankings aren't for sure, but that doesn't mean Wind Howl can win, Yiziu said to her. Can you talk about Su Cheng's performance today? The reporter asked. She astutely grasped the key points of the match and decisively attacked. A beautiful performance, Yiziu said. Then what do you think about Luo Ji's performance? The reporter continued to ask. We were able to achieve victory largely thanks to the foundation he laid down, Yiziu said. Then will Luo Ji participate in the playoffs? The reporter asked. That's a secret we can't announce beforehand, said Yiziu. Then, can we ask which team does Happy hope to encounter first in the playoffs? Asked the reporter. The season hasn't ended yet and Happy hasn't entered the playoffs for sure. Answering that question now would be too improper, Yiziu said, serious. The reporters were speechless. Fuck, who was the person who'd announced, fresh out of beating the Challenger League, that they would be the Season 10 champions? It was you, wasn't it? Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 1371. Endgame Preparation, Chapter 1371. Endgame Preparation Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. With round 37's match, Luo Ji had truly become a protagonist. How about it? Feels pretty good, doesn't it, kid? After returning from the press conference, Wei Chen came up to Luo Ji and tousled his hair. It's great, Luo Ji said excitedly. MVP. Just a few rounds ago, he'd been worried about not dragging down the rest of the team, but now he'd actually become the match MVP, the crucial piece in the team's victory. Luo Ji was truly thrilled, and even though the reporters had hounded him like wolves, he didn't really mind. All that mattered was that he could be useful to the team. Keep it up, your future is filled with light, Wei Chen said. Yes, Boss Wei, Luo Ji happily answered. Soon after, the other young players like Kaio, Yifan, and Enwenyi surrounded him with congratulations, and Steamed Bun took on the role of a boss as he gruffly warned Luo Ji against becoming too arrogant. How good it is to be young! Watching Happy's vibrant young members, Wei Chen was filled with emotion. In Wei Chen's eyes, Luo Ji's skill truly wasn't all that much. The professional circle was overflowing with talent. But Luo Ji had what Wei Chen admired and envied the most: his youth. If only I could be 10 years younger. Even if I lost all the technique and experience I have now and started over from zero, that would be fine. Technique could be trained, experience could be raised. Only youth once lost could never be regained. Luo Ji still had the future. He had chance after chance to be useful in Happy's matches. But what about Wei Chen himself? Wei Chen lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. For him, there was perhaps only this handful of battles remaining. One match left of the regular season. If they made it to the finals, if every round of the playoffs became 3 matches long, that meant 9 matches. 10 matches total. 10 matches. Even if he went on in every single match, his professional career would have no more than 10 matches left. Next season. Wei Chen didn't dare think anymore. If he stubbornly clung on, then he would only become dead weight for the team. Back then, why had he retired? Wei Chen suddenly felt regret swelling in his heart. If his 30-year-old self could still hold on now, then back then, why couldn't he have held on in the first place? Even if he had simply joined some random team, he always could have found a position. 6 years. Why in the world had he wasted those 6 years? As the young members talked and laughed, Wei Chen let out a sigh. They felt joy at making it to the playoffs in their debut year, while Wei Chen felt melancholy as he thought of his rapidly dwindling professional lifespan. Look at these young ones, how nice. Yiziu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, slapping a hand on Wei Chen's shoulder. Fuck! Wei Chen hadn't been holding his cigarette securely, so when he was startled, it almost flipped into his eye, giving him a second scare. Just 10 rounds left, Yiziu said. What? The fact that Wei Chen only had 10 professional matches left was, for a pro player, an extremely tragic and cruel thing. No matter how shameless Yiziu was, he wouldn't deliver this kind of jab, would he? For him to say this, Were these the last 10 rounds for himself as well? Was this guy also planning to retire? Don't regret it, Wei Chen finally said. Ha ha. Yi Ziu only chuckled. All sorts of discussion emerged after round 37. The 5 teams struggling for a spot in the top 8 were the hot topic, of course. 100 Blossoms dropping 3 points to Tyranny before successfully counter-attacking. Thunderclap winning 7 points from Samsara. 301 earning a perfect victory against Seaside. All earned praise. And the final score of Happy against Wind Howl was 6-4, relatively close, so they couldn't say one side was particularly disastrous. In the individual rounds, Wind Howl fell behind 1 point and then earned 4 in succession, which was quite a strong performance. As for the team competition, Suma Cheng and Luo Jai of course earned much praise, and Liu Hao became the only player in the crucial round 37 who performed terribly, and thus the sole target of critics. And even Tang Hao had expressed dissatisfaction over his performance in the post-match press conference by calling him a disaster. This only further supported the point. A few less professional media directly took this out of context. Tang Hao had clearly just been speaking fact, that Liu Hao's performance in this one match had been too subpar, like a disaster. But these reporters took this to mean that Wind Howl overall had met disaster and described Liu Hao as cancer for Wind Howl. Clearly, Liu Hao's performance in Wind Howl this season had been fairly strong. The team trusted him, the fans liked him. Otherwise, how could he have become vice-captain and an all-star? But in this round, no matter how upright the media, couldn't find anything good to say about Liu Hao. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but negative reviews. Liu Hao felt that all he had endeavored to build up over this entire season was collapsing because of this one disastrous performance. Next round, I have to redeem myself. Liu Hao grit his teeth. June 5th, Season 10 of the Glory Professional League finally arrived at the final match. For half of the teams, this was the end of a season, but 10 teams would step onto a new journey after this. Some would go on to fight for the highest glory, while others would now fight for salvation. There were 3 matches in this final round that were attracting the most attention. Happy playing their home game against 301, Samsara home game against 100 Blossoms, and Tiny Herb home game against Wind Howl. 3 matches would determine which 3 teams would enter the top 8 and earn the right to compete in the playoffs. 301, 100 Blossoms, and Wind Howl couldn't slack off one bit. Every point might determine their ultimate fate. And because of these teams, Happy had to continue to fight as hard as they could. They too couldn't afford to grow careless. Let me go on. As Team Happy prepared, someone was begging to play in the match. But others all told him, rest, rest. Leave it to us, it's no problem, everyone said. Don't. I haven't played in the team competition in a whole month. Please, I'm begging you, give me the chance to keep my hands warm. Yi Ziu struggled to obtain a chance to go on stage. Actually, for both round 35 and round 37, Yi Ziu had originally intended to play, but everyone in Happy had very firmly shoved him back down onto the bench. With all your experience, do you still need to train your hands? Tang Ru said. Right, if it's boss, he doesn't need it at all, said Steamed Bun. Rest, rest, everyone continued to say. I still need this, hurry and let me go on stage, Yi Ziu shouted. Chen Guo was at a loss. With all of the commotion, she also couldn't tell whether Yi Ziu really needed to play a match to keep his hands warm or if he was just lonely. Do you really need it? Chen Guo asked Yi Ziu. Yi Ziu was about to cry. How could I not need this? I haven't played in a month. Chen Guo looked at Suma Cheng and Fang Rui for confirmation from those who had professional experience. Let's follow his plan, Suma Cheng laughed. At last, Yi Ziu began planning out the next round. He began by confirming that he would have a starting position in the team competition, which was instantly met by a room full of boos. This is an abuse of power. Yiziu heard someone say this, and he began to question whether these guys genuinely wanted him to rest, or if they were trying to squeeze him out of his position. After that, they progressed with the planning. Everyone finally put away their joking attitudes and listened to Yiziu's match arrangement seriously. 3 points. That will guarantee our entry into the playoffs. But we can't set our goal that low. Fight for victory with everything you have. Don't worry about 301 survival, said Yiziu. Understood, everyone answered. Let's start practice. Yiziu waved his hand, and everyone began their tense training for the next round's match. The R&D department was also making the final sprint to the playoffs. Everyone hoped that they could complete equipment upgrades before the playoffs began. In the playoffs, one mistake could lead to a complete loss, and to suddenly switch to unfamiliar equipment in the middle of the playoffs wasn't a wise decision. The differences brought by changed equipment could lead to miscalculations or misjudgments in the middle of a match. To some extent, the playoffs were a competition of which side could make fewer mistakes. 36 pieces of pseudo-silver equipment and the myriad manifestations umbrella has been completed. Do you want to upgrade now? Seeing Yiziu come over, the R&D workers asked him excitedly. They were also looking forward to see their own handiwork equipped on characters to give the entire alliance a shock. Although the stats of the silver equipment wouldn't be displayed, the equipment level would be shown. The sight of Happy's characters clad in level 80 equipment, what kind of shock would that bring to the glory circle? Just thinking about it was enough to cause excitement. We'll upgrade after this match, Yiziu said. Can there be more? For now, it'll probably just be this much, the R&D worker answered. Most equipment can't manifest this kind of complex, redundant structure. The R&D called the structure used by the level 80 pseudo-silver redundant addition. If they were simply making the equipment, they wouldn't need nearly this many materials. But to raise it to level 80, they had to forcefully add on more materials, while ensuring that these materials didn't change the original properties of the equipment. Many equipment couldn't take this additive modification, and these were the failed products that had no way of reaching level 80. The recent research of Happy's R&D had been focused on determining which equipment could be upgraded and which couldn't, and this process had used up a large amount of materials. Fortunately, because they were only aiming to make orange-level silver equipment, they didn't need as many rare materials, and there was always a surplus of dungeon materials, so they could almost always get them from the in-game marketplace. The rarer ones would be the drops from the highest-level dungeons, but on the guild side of things, Wu Chen had coordinated teams to increase their acquisitions, and they were able to meet the demands of the R&D. Even as they continued their development of pseudo-silver, they didn't forget about their research of real silver either. After all, they only needed pseudo-silver for now. This batch was directly jumping to level 80, but when the overall level cap was updated to 80, it was unknown whether they could still use the method of redundant addition to upgrade to level 85. Only real silver equipment would be the true path to sustainable development. Happy could expend effort on pseudo-silver largely because there wasn't much conflict with the materials required for real silver. Because the two goals didn't interfere with each other, Happy could grab both. Chapter 1372, Playing Too Honestly. Chapter 1372, Playing Too Honestly. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami. Round 38 of the Alliance was rapidly approaching. Given that it was the final round, it was inevitable that there would be of publicity surrounding it. After this round, voting for the awards of the current season would begin. The awards would be based on the performances of the regular season, with the playoffs having their own set of awards afterwards. Amongst the various awards, the one that caught the most attention was naturally the MVP award. There were many players who had been raised as possible MVPs, to the point that even Bai Shu, who had only joined 301 in the winter transfer window, was also part of the list. Other than that, there were Samsara's Zhou Zekai, Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoshan, Tiny Herb's Wang Jixi, Tyranny's Zhang Xinji, and other all-star players were frequently raised as possible candidates. Apart from these players, there was the player with the strongest return to the alliance, Happy's Yiziu. Team Happy's performance may not have been as outstanding as Samsara or the other powerhouse teams, but as a new team, achieving such results was already entirely unprecedented, and within the team, the role that Yiziu played was something that anyone with eyes could see. If the alliance were to take into account Happy's difficulty in achieving such results, Yiziu's inclusion in the list of MVP candidates was indisputable. If there was anything that was disadvantageous to Yiziu, it was his continued ceasefire for the last 4 rounds. Missing out such crucial competitions would have a negative impact on his assessment for the MVP award. The MVP award was something that had various different considerations and factors. In comparison, some of the other awards that only looked at results or numbers were more easily decided upon. The King of Dueling title was based on the results of the individual competition. The award would definitely go to Yiziu without much suspense, given his 36 consecutive victories in the individual competition. Looking at the statistics, 1 hit 1 kill, the award based on the number of killing blows accomplished within the team competitions, was already in Zhou Zekai's hands 1 round early. Then there was the Arena Star, the award based on how much damage a player had dealt throughout the course of the group arena competitions. Similarly, the holder of this title had been convincingly decided 1 round early, Team Samsara's Sun Xiang. Other than that, awards like Best Partners, Best Rookie, or Best Sixth Player were also like the MVP award, and wouldn't be decided purely by numbers or statistics, instead needing careful consideration of the various players' performances after the end of the 38th round. Everything was waiting for this final round. On the evening of the 5th of June, the 20 teams in the alliance gathered in 10 different team stadiums, marking the beginning of the 38th round of competition. In the end, the broadcasters decided to show the match between Samsara and 100 Blossoms. 100 Blossoms was temporarily in 9th place, and if they wanted to enter the top 8, they could either win 1 more point than Wind Howl or 3 more points than 301 in this round. In the previous round, after falling behind by 3 points against Tyranny, they had valiantly snatched back 7 points, lighting the expectations for them to produce a breathtaking performance in their away game against Samsara. The Glory community hadn't forgotten that Team Samsara's crazy streak of wins in the first half of the season had ultimately been put to a stop by Team 100 Blossoms. This final match would be Team 100 Blossom's most important match of the whole season. In this final round, every stadium was packed to the brim, including the stadium for Seaside and Bright Green, the 2 teams in the relegation zone. Next season, they wouldn't be able to compete in this stadium anymore, so the heartbroken fans had come to accompany their teams in battle till the very last moment, even though it was already too late to change anything. At 8:03 in the evening, the final round of the competition punctually began in all 10 stadiums. In Happy Stadium, Yiziu appeared in the individual competition for the 37th time, taking another shot at breaking his own record. This time, the player attempting to snipe his streak was someone who had garnered a lot of attention in the second half of the season. Team 301 Degrees Night player Bai Shu, hailing from Europe. The competition quickly began. Until the very last round, Yiziu had persisted in choosing the same style of maps, clean and minimalistic maps meant for a head-on battle. The two characters loaded in, appearing at two opposite ends of the map. Bai Shu's knight character, Tide, was clad from head to toe in silver equipment. In this small map where sunlight was shining brilliantly, the reflections off Tide's metal armor was dazzling, and his shield, Silver of Life, had practically become a mirror. "Ah, this map choice is a little unfortunate," Fang Rui said, sitting on Happy's player bench. "Wait, why?" Chen Guo asked frantically. "It's too bright, it dazzles the eyes," Fang Rui said. "Are you talking about the reflections from Tide's equipment?" Chen Guo asked. "That's right. In the context of glory, things like this will all become disturbances to the opposing player," Fang Rui replied. Chen Guo immediately felt a sense of apprehension. Losing 1 point was nothing to fear, but she really didn't want to see Yi Ziu's streak of consecutive victories come to an end. In fact, she was still brooding over the fact that Yi Ziu didn't play in the first round. That meant that he could at most have 37 wins in a row, not a complete sweep of all 38 rounds. The tiny bit of imperfection was extremely regrettable. As they spoke, the two characters on stage had already started to charge towards the center of the map. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Ziu used Lord Grimm's long-range superiority to open fire first, sending 3 anti-tank missiles flying out. Charge. Bai Shu surprisingly didn't dodge, instead choosing to have Tide press the assault. His shield was raised in front of him, and all 3 anti-tank missiles exploded on it in succession. In a moment, Tide had left the cloud of smoke and the sound of explosions behind him, the gap between the two shortening in the blink of an eye. Tide's shield, Silver of Life, was shining brightly. On the large screen in the stadium, everyone could see from Yi Ziu's player perspective, and all they saw was a field of dazzling radiance, similar to the effect from a Spitfire's flash bullet. "Look!" Fang Rui had long been watching Yi Ziu's player perspective, and at this moment he immediately pointed at the screen for everyone to see. Heroic leap. Tide leapt into the air, but the only thing that Yi Ziu could see in his vision was a flash of brilliant light and then nothing. Shining cut. Yi Ziu used the skill to dash out. This was an instinctual reaction that he made based on his experience. When the opponent disappeared, no matter where he went, eventually he would want to continue his assault. At this time, the best thing to do was to keep moving and figure out where the opponent was afterwards. Tide descended from the air, and Lord Grimm fled from his original position. The two of them had more or less completed a swap of positions. After Shining Cut, Lord Grimm immediately twisted his body in midair, and the moment he saw Tide in his field of view, the myriad manifestation umbrella changed back into gun form and Lord Grimm opened fire. Bang! A single bullet flew out. But this time, Bai Shu didn't have Tide use his shield to block the attack. This single bullet was the Spitfire's burning bullet, which would create a fiery blaze as it fell to the ground, something that the shield couldn't prevent. Tide jumped out of the way, dodging the burning bullet. As a sea of fire immediately began to spread on the ground, he had already stepped out of the range of the attack. Gatling gun. Lord Grimm used yet another skill, sending a torrent of bullets towards Tide. This time, Tide raised his shield, forcefully advancing under the rain of bullets. Tide's Silver of Life wasn't as large as the myriad manifestation umbrella's shield form, so it couldn't possibly shield his whole body. As such, Yi Ziu adjusted the angle of the Gatling gun, attempting to send the bullets to the gaps that weren't being protected by the shield. Despite that, all the bullets were blocked by Tide, as Silver of Life's position was adjusted non-stop, unexpectedly blocking the Gatling gun bullets that were coming from continually shifting angles. "This guy!" Fang Rui exclaimed in surprise. Team Wind Howl's original lineup also had a knight, so he had a fairly impressive understanding of the class. Being able to use his shield in such a way to completely block Yi Ziu's gunfire meant that his fundamentals were far more solid than normal. At this moment in Yi Ziu's field of vision, Silver of life became dazzling once more. Evidently, they had once again entered an angle in which the shield could reflect sunlight. This time. This time Fang Rui was bewildered. "What is it?" Chen Guo frantically asked again. His timing of the sunlight was a bit subpar, Fang Rui expressed. On stage, Yi Ziu slightly adjusted Lord Grimm's position, easily avoiding the reflection of the sunlight this time around before continuing to assault Tide from a distance. "He isn't doing it on purpose." At this time, Wei Chen spoke up. "Who are you referring to?" Chen Guo asked. "Bai Shu." He didn't think of using his equipment to reflect the sunlight. "It was actually all accidental," Wei Chen replied. "Really?" Chen Guo looked at Fang Rui, but he was deep in contemplation, so he didn't respond. "This player from abroad seems to disdain these kinds of dirty tricks," Wei Chen said. "Do you think he's like all of you?" Chen Guo snorted at Wei Chen, and then shifted her gaze to Fang Rui. These two played in an especially wretched way, with an innumerable number of dirty tricks up their sleeves. "I'm looking down on him, can't you tell from my tone?" Wei Chen replied. "In order to win, I would be as unscrupulous as I need to be. These kinds of players who pretend to be upright and not use the tricks they have access to are the kind I hate the most," Wei Chen said. Chen Guo didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This wasn't about pretending to be upright. Couldn't a person just prefer not using these kinds of methods to fight? "Lose, he's definitely going to lose," Wei Chen cursed. "That I can agree with," Chen Guo nodded. At this moment, Tide had already drawn closer to Lord Grimm by quite a bit, raising his hand and gesturing towards him. "Provoke." Lord Grimm promptly charged towards Tide without hesitation and sent out a collapsing mountain. Yi Ziu straightforwardly used this skill, and Lord Grimm jumped up, sending his blade chopping downwards. Clang! An ear-piercing noise rang out. Surprisingly, Bai Shu had let Tide raise his shield to block the powerful berserker skill, collapsing mountain, before using his other hand to brandish his sword for a counterattack. "I have no words left," Wei Chen said. "What is it now?" Chen Guo asked. "Couldn't he just have avoided this attack?" Wei Chen said. "Is using the shield to block not good enough?" Chen Guo asked. "Using the shield to block still costs HP. If he's able to avoid losing HP altogether, does he still need to be so unyielding?" Wei Chen replied. "He can counterattack a bit faster." Chen Guo's answer sounded quite professional. Her standard was improving. "If he can't take the initiative from the counterattack, what's the point of counterattacking at all?" Wei Chen continued to look down on him. After blocking collapsing mountain, Tide's counterattack indeed wasn't able to help seize the initiative, and the two of them continued to trade hits, countering each other's every move. That taunt usage was also baffling. This is a 1v1 and the opponent doesn't want to run away. What's the point of taunting him? Taunting him only results in close-range combat, but that's what Lord Grimm's good at," Wei Chen continued. Chen Guo was puzzled. According to Wei Chen's analysis, this Bai Shu was really full of problems. But looking at the match, he didn't show any signs of faltering when fighting against Yi Ziu. In this match, she couldn't see any sign of who was going to win or lose. "You'd best ignore him." Sima Cheng saw Chen Guo's bewilderment and laughed. "They have completely different styles, so of course they can't stand the sight of each other. Is he playing too honestly?" Chen Guo consulted Sima Cheng, and ended up being viciously stared at by Wei Chen, causing her to momentarily not dare to say anything more. In this confrontation, it's exactly this kind of upright and frank play that's needed to determine victory or defeat, Sima Cheng replied. "It's boring as hell," Wei Chen and Fang Rui said in unison. "I believe that Yi Ziu won't give him that kind of opportunity," Wei Chen said sincerely. "That guy has no limit to his shamelessness." Chapter 1373, Peak Skill. Chapter 1373, Peak Skill. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Fight justly and fairly. Chen Guo trusted Sima Cheng's words more than Wei Chen's. Then again, she really couldn't tell the difference between fair and shameless in a match. Crusader's Trial. At this moment, Bai Shu suddenly cast a powerful high-level skill at an extremely close distance. Tide crashed forward with a charge, his sword and shield brandished. Shining Cut. Lord Grimm flashed by with a cold light. The direction of Crusader's Trial could be controlled, though. The moment Lord Grimm flitted to the right, Bai Shu had Tide cut across from the left. Charge and Crusader's Trial moved at the same speed, which didn't lose to Shining Cut. Even though the first stage missed, the second stage of the skill smashed towards Lord Grimm. Charge, Yiziu used another movement skill. Lord Grimm switched directions, dodging the second stage. Colliding Stab, Shadow Clone Technique. Slide Kick. Yiziu used multiple movement skills in a row in an attempt to escape from Tide, but in the end, he failed. Bai Shu's controls were extremely fast and precise. He immediately adjusted his Crusader's Trial with every escape attempt from Lord Grimm. The viewers were dumbstruck as they watched these two characters shuffle around a small area in a blur. Yiziu was clearly using a variety of skills from different classes, but by chaining them together in a single breath, it was hard to believe that there were multiple skills being used. It looked like one smooth yet messy movement. On the other hand, Bai Shu was using just a single skill, so his movements were naturally smooth. However, he was the one reacting to Yiziu's actions. Being able to stick so tightly to Yiziu despite these circumstances was truly a terrifying display of technique. Multiple movement skills had been linked together in an instant. Sometimes, a skill wouldn't even complete before the next skill began. But after the slide kick, the attentive viewers noticed Lord Grimm's skill bar. The first skill he had used, Shining Cut, was still on cooldown. Players had already figured out which low-level movement skills Lord Grimm possessed. He had the Assassin's Shining Cut, the King's Charge, the Berserker's Colliding Stab, the Sharpshooter's Slide Kick, and the Ninja's Shadow Clone Technique. 5 skills on rotation was usually more than enough. But today, Yiziu had been forced by Bai Shu to use all 5 skills consecutively, yet he still couldn't escape. The level 75 Crusader's Trial had a maximum of 9 stages. Tide had only used 5 stages so far and still had 4 more stages to call upon. This time, what high-level skill had Yiziu added onto his myriad manifestations umbrella? Perhaps a teleport. People began thinking of the possibilities. However, those who had noticed Lord Grimm's skill bar suddenly realized that apart from these 5 movement skills, Lord Grimm also had Spike Trap on cooldown. If it was on cooldown, it meant it had been used. But when? No one had any time to ponder over this question. The pace of the battle was extremely fast. Tide had chased Lord Grimm to the 6th stage of Crusader's Trial when a sudden caw sounded. Tide could still swing his weapon, but his feet wouldn't budge an inch. Spike Trap was triggered just like this. Everyone was dumbfounded. Besides those who had been paying attention to Lord Grimm's skill bar, everyone else had been caught off guard. Judging from the position of the Spike Trap, Lord Grimm must have placed it while slide kicking. Spike Trap only restricted movement. It did not interrupt skills. Tide could continue his Crusader's Trial, but he could only do it in place. Lord Grimm jumped back nimbly, and Tide's attack could no longer reach him. Yiziu was just about to counterattack, when Tide's sword suddenly flew out towards Lord Grimm. Spirit Guidance. The Exorcist's Spirit Guidance gave the ability to throw your weapon. Exorcists and Knights were both priest classes and could learn each other's low-level skills. This attack had been quite sudden. Happy's home crowd cried out in alarm. Lord Grimm promptly rolled, though, and evaded the attack. Grenade, Shuriken, Mechanical Seeker. As Lord Grimm rolled, he threw a bunch of things at Tide, who had no way of dodging due to the Spike Trap. However, he still had his shield. Tide immediately crouched down and raised his shield, Silver Life. The grenade and Mechanical Seeker exploded on his shield while the shuriken was deflected. "See, dirty," Wei Chen shouted excitedly. He wasn't talking about Tide and his shield or Lord Grimm's chain of attacks. These were far from being qualified. Wei Chen was talking about how Yi Ziu was having his Lord Grimm approach while sticking close to the ground. When Bai Shu used his shield, he made sure to give himself an open line of sight. But with Lord Grimm crouching down, the line of sight that the shield allowed him to have wasn't quite enough. He couldn't see the target, so he subconsciously lowered his shield a bit. Right after he did so, he heard a gunshot. Bai Shu reacted extremely fast and hastily lifted up his silver life again. However, he then heard a poo, a hit. Bai Shu looked down in disbelief and saw a bullet wound at his feet. This opening hadn't been there originally. When he raised his shield instinctively to protect his head, a small crack had appeared in his defense. To think his opponent could grasp that tiny opening. No, it wasn't his opponent grasping an opening. Bai Shu had clearly heard the gunshot before lifting his shield. In other words, the other side had shot at his feet, predicting that he wouldn't be able to see the attack and would lift his shield thinking it would be a headshot. To think there was someone who could calculate this many steps ahead. Bai Shu was amazed. He had only started playing Glory after going abroad. He had played in the European servers and then joined England's Pro League. As a pro player, he could be considered a locally born and bred European player. However, his homeland was still China, so he paid some attention to the Glory scene there as well. But because of China's mediocrity at popular sports like football and basketball, he didn't think very highly of the skill level of China's competitive Glory scene. As a result, he mainly followed the scene out of curiosity and didn't take it seriously. When Team 301 sent out a formal invitation to him, he had been both surprised and proud. To think I could receive attention from a competitive league on a completely different continent, it looks like my skill and fame is quite high. Along with a feeling of intimacy for his homeland in the end, Bai Shu was moved by Team 301's detailed plans for him, especially after knowing that Team 301's situation wasn't too great. Instead of disappointment, he was rather excited to be the savior for a team. As a result, he returned to his home country and joined Team 301. He began adapting to China's competitive league and helped Team 301 form a new tactical system. Much of this came from the strategies and techniques that Bai Shu had learned from his career in Europe. After combining these with Team 301, the team's win record improved drastically. Win after win, the spotlight shone on him. Bai Shu felt great. Sure enough, Europe was the superior region. After joining the alliance, Team 301 became like a fish in the water. They had originally been dozens of points away from top 8, but they quickly squeezed their way in a huge reversal. However, near the end of the season, Team 301 had been caught into an intense struggle for playoffs, a bit far from Bai Shu's goal of sweeping through the league. Bai Shu wasn't discouraged, though. After all, he had only been a part of 301 for half a season. Both sides needed more time to synergize to reach their peak condition. Team 301 had made a huge comeback within this half a season. To be able to do that was more than enough for Bai Shu. After his arrival, 301 had only lost to 2 opponents. One was Wind Howl and their sudden improvement. 301 hadn't been prepared and lost. The other one was the Alliance's current number 1, Samsara. Bai Shu very much recognized their strength. It would truly be quite challenging for Team 301 to win over them. Apart from those 2, though, the powerhouses in the Alliance such as Tyranny, Blue Rain, and Tiny Herb had all fallen to 301. From Bai Shu's perspective, those teams were on par with each other. Neither team was better than the other by much. Their teams were like so, the individuals were like so. Bai Shu hadn't noticed anyone who could make him feel fear. The so-called number 1 knight Su Bin had apparently come from 301. But in their 1v1 match, Bai Shu won quite easily. He was nothing impressive. Finally, in this last round, Team 301 would meet Team Happy. Yiziu had won 36 individual rounds in a row. Just this win record alone made it so Bai Shu could not underestimate him. After doing some research on him, he learned about his legendary history. But isn't he a bit old? Whether it was in China or Europe or anywhere else, the pro players were all around the same age. Yiziu's 27 years of age was a genuine old general in any competitive scene. To let such an old general keep winning in the individual competition. When Bai Shu first came over and heard about his win streak, he had a hard time understanding. Then, he heard about the unspecialized playstyle as well as his strange weapon, which made him quite curious. At that time, he had made a decision. This Yiziu needed to be taught a lesson. However, Team 301 and Team Happy would only be meeting each other again in round 38, at the end of the regular season. It would only be then would Bai Shu be able to realize his long-cherished wish. During this half a season, he had personally watched quite a few of Yiziu's and Lord Grimm's matches and made ample preparation. That ultra-fast speed made many people's heads hurt, but wasn't he keeping up with it just fine? But in the process, he had fallen for a trap that had been placed who knew when. Then, he was hit by a bullet that had completely seen through his thoughts. So this is someone who won 36 individual rounds in a row, China's peak skill. Chapter 1374, 37 consecutive wins. Chapter 1374, 37 consecutive wins. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami, a shot that Yiziu had so precisely calculated and fired, of course, wouldn't just be an ordinary attack. This was a Spitfire skill, stun bullet. The instant it hit, Lord Grimm was already pulling back and circling around. Then he began his offensive. Unspecialized blitz. This was a term that had circulated for a while now. Bai Shu had heard of it before and he had studied it. He had felt that he wouldn't give Yiziu that kind of opportunity during the match. But now he understood. It wasn't that he would give an opportunity. It was that the opponent would create the opportunity himself. After being hit by the stun bullet, Tide could no longer move. And so when Lord Grimm charged over, circled around to his back and began attacking, what could he do? The paralysis status wore off fairly quickly, but Lord Grimm's offensive was far from over. Bai Shu tried to control Tide to block with his shield, because he just needed to block one attack to rebalance the situation. But Yiziu had clearly considered this point from early on. Tide was a knight, which was a class that had a shield that gave them a natural advantage in interrupting the opponent's attack. This was why Yiziu had begun his attack from behind, preventing Bai Shu from controlling Tide to pull out his shield to block. Just like that, the famous Silver of Life became mere ornamentation. 37. The fans in Happy's home stadium were already cheering. A win streak lasting 37 rounds. How incredible of a record was that? It had never been done before, and it would likely never be repeated again. Right here, right now, this miraculous record was about to be born. Countless fans in the audience were rising from their seats, and Happy's diehard fans had already made preparations beforehand. They were just waiting for the instant that Lord Grimm killed Tide for good, and then they would begin their celebration ceremony for this record. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. There wasn't much remaining of Tide's health. From some corner of the stadium, this countdown suddenly began, gradually spreading through the audience. By the time they reached 6, aside from a few depressed 301 fans, the entire stadium was chanting along. 5. Everyone stared at Tide's dwindling health bar. 4. Everyone watched Lord Grimm attack. 3. Everyone calculated the damage that was dealt by this attack. 2. Everyone once again checked Tide's remaining health. 1. Another attack from Lord Grimm arrived, and everyone prayed, "Fall, you bastard." They didn't have any particular enmity toward Bai Shu, but in this moment they cursed him with all their heart. 0. The cheers reached their peak. Lord Grim's sword draw flashed out and the blade scattered blood as it swung to the sky. And finally, Tide's health reached 0. 37. After 0, another number surged forward, but no one was surprised. This was what they had been waiting for. Bang, 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 bang. The stadium erupted with fireworks, colorful confetti bursting forth to surround the whole stage. This was all clearly something that happy fans had planned in advance. The fans who had the fireworks had arranged themselves in a ring all around the stadium to allow the celebration to spread to all corners. Even in the middle of the away team's fan section, a spy had somehow infiltrated their midst and set off a firework, although it was only round. Probably that fan was soon forcibly stopped by the surrounding 301 fans. 37. In the midst of the confetti, the fans cheered with all their might, and Chen Guo felt the tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. That guy, he had actually done it. He had started as an overnight manager at Happy Internet Cafe and established this team from scratch. He personally defeated Excellent Era, the team he had spent 7 years fighting for. He returned to this stage, and then he established this shocking record that perhaps no one would ever surpass, permanently carving his true name onto this homeland of glory. Too incredible, Chen Gu exclaimed, wiping at her tears. It is. The shameless Wei Chen for once didn't have any words of mockery, and his voice was sincere and heavy as he answered Chen Guo. Yes, it was really too incredible. How was this bastard so strong? Was he even stronger than he was 10 years ago? I can't believe him, Fang Rui yelled. What about all the players in the future? This record is so ridiculous it's disgusting. To surpass it, you'd need 38 consecutive wins. Tang Ru still saw that tiny thread of hope. Boss is powerful, boss is dominating, said Steamed Bun. As expected of Senior, said Kaio Yifan. It's amazing, I could never do that, Luo Jai said. This is really our captain. And Wenyi was originally a Tyranny fan, and Yi Ziu had always been the person he could never like too much. But now, he had essentially been converted into his fan. Mo Fan didn't say anything, but his eyes, like those of the others, were filled with marvel. Suma Cheng didn't say anything either. She knew the hardships Yi Ziu had endured these past 2 years, and she knew that this insane win streak wasn't just for himself, but for another legacy. That character, Lord Grim, should have been controlled by another person to shine on stage with power unstoppable. But unfortunately, that could never become reality. Now, Yi Ziu had completed this season for him. He used the character Lord Grim to leave behind a record that could never be erased. Perhaps no one would ever learn that other person's name, but Lord Grim, this character he created, would forever remain in glory's history. It was amazing. Suma Cheng stood and clapped. She didn't cry because she had always believed in Yi Ziu. He said he would return, and so he returned. He said he would establish a win streak, and so he won 37 in a row. He said they would aim for the championship this season, and Suma Cheng believed that this championship would undoubtedly belong to Happy. The door to the competitor booth was opened. Yi Ziu walked onto the stage, and the cheers of the crowd instantly grew even louder. Bang, 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 another ring of fireworks was set off. The fans had planned to do another round at this moment, although the fireworks from the away team's seeding came a fraction later. Still, even when surrounded by the strict monitoring of the 301 fans after the last round of fireworks, this brave man still managed to suddenly break through and fire again. He could be called the hero of the fans. 37. Everyone continued to holler. Yi Ziu waved to the audience, expressing his thanks before walking off stage. What an incredible record! At this moment, although the live broadcast was set to show 100 Blossoms match against Samsara, they suddenly took advantage of the break between battles to show the scene at Happy Stadium. This, too, was something the broadcasters had arranged beforehand. They didn't choose to show this Happy versus 301 match, but they didn't want to miss the moment that this powerful record was born. They had to record this in video. Fortunately, when Yiziu defeated Bai Shu, Samsara and 100 Blossoms had also just finished their first battle. The broadcast didn't care too much about how difficult it must have been for 100 Blossoms, as the away team, to earn a point against Samsara. As soon as they saw how perfectly the timing was, they didn't hesitate to switch the cameras over to Happy. The commentators Pan Lin and Li Yibo also couldn't be bothered to compliment the old General Zhang Wei or acknowledge how difficult it must have been for him to defeat Samsara's all-star Lu Boyuan. The two swiftly began to sing their praises for this terrifying win record that Yiziu had established. An incredible record, an incredible record. Pan Lin repeated this phrase 3 times because he truly couldn't find any other words to describe it. 37 consecutive wins, Yiziu is really. Li Yibo also couldn't find the words. Amazing, Pan Lin found it. Li Yibo nodded, but he didn't echo it too much. Because of his tyranny background, it was already somewhat difficult for him to give impartial commentary on Yiziu. To extol him now, to proclaim him the greatest, Li Yibo suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable. Happy's fans are very excited. These are all fireworks that they've set at the stadium to celebrate this birth of this extraordinary record. Pan Lin described the scene at the stadium. Right now, Yiziu is walking off stage. The audience is giving him a standing ovation. Oh, and the players of the two teams as well. 301 is very dignified, even though this record was ultimately built from their defeat. Haha, even the judge is coming over, standing at the side of the stage and applauding. This record is truly too moving. To be able to experience this moment in person is also a very fortunate thing, Pan Lin continued. The judge has finished clapping. It looks like he's saying something. He's insisting that the match continue. This judge is a bit strict. At such a historic moment, what's the harm in letting everyone be happy a little longer, said Pan Lin. This is the final, most critical match after all, Li Yibo said. The display screen is already showing the players for the next battle. Happy's Luo Jai, the MVP of last round, the rookie who's earned the respect and notice of us all. What about 301? Oh, it's the Blade Master Gao Jai. Let's return to Samsara versus 100 Blossoms. Pan Lin wiped at his forehead. He had almost begun to start commentating the match of Happy against 301. At Samsara's home stadium, the match had progressed to the second battle of the individual competition. 100 Blossoms had won the first battle, earning a first point, so this match was off to a good start for them. And 301 had lost a point first, which was good news for 100 Blossoms. But their primary competitor right now was still Wind Howl, and news from Tiny Herb's home stadium said that Wind Howl had also won their first battle. Having won 1 point, they continued to suppress 100 Blossoms by their superior head-to-head score. Don't worry about everyone else. We'll only have the right to seize our chance if we play our own match as well. 100 Blossoms captain Yu Feng encouraged his teammates. In the second battle of the individual round, they would be sending Zhou Guangyi against Samsara's vice-captain, Jiang Batao. Another win. A few minutes later, 100 Blossoms once again received good news. Zhou Guangyi defeated Jiang Batao, helping 100 Blossoms earn another point. 100 Blossoms is in excellent condition today, Pan Lin and Li Yibo both exclaimed. In these 2 consecutive matches, the 100 Blossoms players had performed exceptionally, and after the end of each match, everyone would immediately worry about the points of their direct competitors. 301 won the second individual battle against Happy, Pan Lin said, checking updates from the other matches. In Tiny Herb versus Wind Howl also won the second battle, Li Yibo added, looking in on that match. Well, it looks like 100 Blossoms is still behind, Pan Lin sighed. Even though they'd managed to win 2 points from the powerful Samsara, they still hadn't been able to change the situation. This could be quite a blow to morale. Hopefully 100 Blossoms won't be disrupted. They need to adjust their mentality and play their next battles well. This is only the beginning, said Li Yibo. Yummy bad news, folks. Updates are going to slow down to maybe 1 chapter every 2 days for the next 2-ish weeks. I will be going on vacation to Japan from 12/12/12/25. Our other 2 main translators, Singkagen and Jouissance, are also very busy around that time and cannot translate either. Chapter 1375, Seeking Victory. Chapter 1375, Seeking Victory. Translator, Yummy. Editor, Yummy. Reality was cruel. 100 Blossoms had taken 2 points from Samsara with great difficulty, yet they were still in a predicament. It was a huge blow to their morale. Although their captain Yu Feng was constantly trying to encourage them, every player had a different personality. Not everyone was so tenacious. Team 100 Blossoms' 3rd player in the individual competition, their summoner Zhu Xiaoping, was downcast. Knowing that 100 Blossoms could not afford to lose a single point, the pressure bearing down on him was enormous. In the end, he performed poorly and lost to Samsara's assassin, Wu Qi. At the same time, news from 2 other matches came, which only added hail to snow for 100 Blossoms. Team 301 had won against Happy, taking a 2-1 lead with the individual competition. Wind Howl had swept the individual competition against Tiny Herb, taking all 3 points. If 100 Blossoms wanted to surpass Wind Howl, they would now need to win 2 more points over them instead of 1. After Zhu Xiaoping, who had just gone down from the stage, heard this news, the color on his face became even paler. He wanted to apologize to his teammates, but he didn't know what to say. He just stood there like a statue, unable to even find his own seat. We're going to need to win 2 more points than Wind Howl, or win 3 more points than 301. What are your thoughts, everyone? Captain Yu Feng said. Everyone was dead silent. Or to be more precise, it should be what are your thoughts and what are your thoughts? Yu Feng looked over 2 players, Zhu Yuan and Zheng Xinren. They would be the players going up in the group arena. Yu Feng ignored the rest of the team and only picked out the 2 players who would be fighting for the points. I won't give up, Zhu Yuan spoke firmly. Yu Feng nodded his head and felt gratified. In fact, Zhu Yuan held more seniority than him in 100 Blossoms. He was the successor of 100 Blossoms Spitfire, the core of the team for many years. But after his arrival, Zhu Yuan was perfectly happy to give him full authority in the team. This sort of trust and acceptance made Yu Feng even more confident that he had made the right choice. Right now, with their backs to the walls, Yu Feng trusted that Zhu Yuan would not let him down, and he would put in his utmost as well. Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan both turned to Zheng Xinren. Fight, what's there to be afraid of? Zheng Xinren responded. In his very first match on the professional stage, he had been so nervous that his entire body had froze. To Zheng Xinren, that was his most shameful moment. From then on, he carried the attitude that it was impossible to ever do worse than that time. In fact, he became braver and braver on stage until he gradually rose to his position in 100 Blossoms, a position high enough such that in this crucial match, the team had sent him up for the group arena. Seeing the determination of his 2 seniors, Zheng Xinren found no reason to retreat and boldly stood together with the 2 of them. Good, Yu Feng said in a voice loud enough for the entire team to hear. What's there to be afraid of? If we win the group arena and Wind Howl loses theirs, we'll take the lead, Yu Feng said. Watch us. Zhu Yuan was 100 Blossoms vice-captain. In this crucial moment, he would bear the burden together with Yu Feng. Let's go, Yu Feng said. Yes, Captain, Zheng Xinren replied loudly. At age 17, he strode forward at the very front. This was Samsara's home stadium. They would receive no encouragement or support, but their hearts were firm. They knew that in City K countless hundred Blossom fans were waiting for them to grab the ticket to playoffs, and there was only way to get that ticket win. The other matches were taking place at roughly the same pace. When the group arena between 100 Blossoms and Samsara began, Wind Howl's 3 players, their fighting spirits burning, were continuing their charge towards Tiny Herb. Zhao Yu started the group arena, facing Tiny Herb's Gao Yingji. The two were rookies of the same generation. Gao Yingji joined the champion team Tiny Herb as soon he began and received countless attention. It seemed as if it had already been predetermined that he would be best rookie that season. However, in Season 8, the best rookie title was given to Zhao Yu. Why not Gao Yingji? It was because he had played in too few matches and didn't qualify for the best rookie contention. The title had been awarded to Zhao Yu, but in response, many people simply sighed. It was a pity that Gao Yingji hadn't been given enough chances to play this season. Zhao Yu was very unhappy, extremely unhappy. If he wasn't given enough chances to go on stage, then it meant he wasn't ready yet. However, everyone seemed to think that if Gao Yingji had played in enough matches, the title of Best Rookie wouldn't have been given to that Zhao Gaipei. Zhao Yu didn't believe it. He didn't believe that this so-called genius was anything incredible. But in Season 9, Gao Yingji, who had failed to qualify for Best Rookie, had directly been chosen into All-Stars. And Zhao Yu, he still carried the title Rookie and was still maturing in Wind Howl. Even more infuriating was that season, a little demon had popped out of Blue Rain, taking the title Best Rookie and voted into All-Stars. In the Glory Alliance, the title Best Rookie had first been awarded in Season 3 to Wang Jixi, Zhang Xinji in Season 4, Zhou Zekai in Season 5, Yu Feng in Season 6, Sun Xiang in Season 7, him in Season 8, Lu Hanwen in Season 9. Every player who had been awarded the title Best Rookie became All-Stars or even gods. In comparison, the name Zhao Yu seemed pitifully pathetic among them. He was often nicknamed the worst Best Rookie by some. I'm definitely not trash. Zhao Yu really wanted to prove himself, and Gao Yingji, the same generation rookie who many believe should have received the title of Best Rookie, was an eyesore to him. I'll definitely give you a good beating. Zhao Yu made a firm decision. Come, genius. After the match began, Zhao Yu called out into the chat. He was going to tell everyone that a genius was nothing special. Gao Yingji didn't reply. He simply had his kind tree quickly move forward. The group arena map was neither complicated nor simple, a balanced map. Gao Yingji flew directly towards the center of the map. Zhao Yu didn't want to show fear either. His elementalist, Beautiful Light, also moved swiftly. Not long afterwards, the two sides met, piercing lightning. Zhao Yu wanted to make a show of his strength to Gao Yingji. As soon as Kind Tree entered Beautiful Light's range, he immediately acted. Lightning flashed, but at such a distance, no matter how fast the attack, it wouldn't be able to threaten Gao Yingji. He easily shifted to the side, dodging the piercing lightning. Forward, Kind Tree moved like the wind towards his opponent. Team Tiny Herb was currently in 4th place, but it would be difficult for them to move up or down from 4th, unlike Wind Howl and 100 Blossoms, who were placing their entire season's hopes onto this single match. However, Tiny Herb definitely wasn't a team that would just simply give away a free win. The first day Gao Yingji came to Tiny Herb, the first word he heard was champions. They were a champion team. They existed to be the champions, and champions were always built upon victories. They would never give up on the pursuit for victory. A team that aspired to be the champion should never let up. Boom! The spells by the two mages collided into brilliant lights. Gao Yingji did not have Kind Tree stop, though. These were the steps to victory, the steps to become champions. Zhao Yu was astonished. He could clearly feel Gao Yingji's determination in a match that didn't even matter to Tiny Herb. Was it because he felt it was embarrassing for Tiny Herb to lose all 3 matches in the individual competition? Zhao Yuge always thought about things from this perspective. He looked at himself and the team in this way. He also wanted to win, but his reason for winning was to show off his skill, to let everyone know his might. Even at the bottom of his heart, winning the championships was simply a way to show off. This was glory, not flaunting. Zhao Yuge clearly didn't think so he couldn't understand Tiny Herb. He couldn't understand Gao Yingji's pursuit for the championships, nor his heartfelt pursuit for glory. I won't let your arrogance run rampant. That was all Zhao Yuge could think about. In terms of spirit, he had already lost. What about skill? Gao Yingji was called a genius, and that wasn't a title just anyone could have. Boom! The witch's spells gradually suppressed the elementalists. Kind Tree finally made his way to Beautiful Light, and elementalists could not match witches in close combat capabilities. Shit! Zhao Yuge hastily tried to teleport. Beautiful Light shifted away, creating distance between them. But who didn't know how to use teleport? Kind Tree was a mage subclass. He had added the teleport skill to his weapon, Morning Dew. With a flicker, Kind Tree pulled her closer to Beautiful Light. His teleport was only level 1 though, so his teleport distance wasn't as far as Beautiful Light's. But with just a sweep of his broom, Morning Dew, he instantly closed that remaining distance. How annoying! Zhao Yuge refused to admit defeat. As he shouted, Kind Tree's Morning Dew swung downwards. Beautiful Light hastily dodged, but that swing had been exceptionally fast. Gravity accelerated sweep. Magic was used to increase the gravity and thus the speed of the swing to strengthen the strike. Bang! Morning Dew didn't hit Beautiful Light, but rather the ground. With a loud bang, the force from the gravity-accelerated swing produced a shockwave. Beautiful Light had just jumped away to dodge the swing, was hit by the shockwave and shot up even higher. Kind Heart leapt onto his broom and flew towards the airborne Beautiful Light. Pa pa pa. Morning Dew struck Beautiful Light again and again. These simple attacks didn't contain any other meaning. Gao Yingji and Kind Tree would always only have a single goal: victory. Glory. The word glory flashed onto the big screen. Any pro player, any glory player would see this single word who knew how many times every day. For some, it was a word that was rooted deeply in their hearts. For others, it was simply a symbol of victory. Glory only belonged to those who truly cared. Chapter 1376, So-Called Talent. Chapter 1376, So-Called Talent. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. In the Tiny Herb vs. Wind Howl, Tiny Herb has taken the first round of the group arena. As the match between Samsara and 100 Blossoms continued in the live broadcast, Pan Lin also stayed alert for updates from other matches. If the other matches had developments, the people there would also prioritize sending the information to the live broadcast. Oh, this is good news for 100 Blossoms. Although 100 Blossoms themselves, Li Yibo cut off mid-sentence. On this side, the first round of the group arena had not yet finished, but 100 Blossom's situation didn't look too good. Zheng Zingren entered the stage with a fearless attitude and played quite courageously. However, Sun Xiang, who was first up for Samsara, was not merciful in the slightest. In a head-to-head, Zheng Zingren still fell short in terms of technical skill. Zheng Zingren really didn't have many options open to him in this situation, since he did not have the experience to compensate. He desperately fought with nothing but his stubborn refusal to accept defeat. Zheng Zingren was at his limits and did all he could, but unfortunately, he still ultimately lost to Sun Xiang. Can 100 Blossoms not seize this opportunity when it's finally a new era for them? Pan Lin said. All the 100 Blossoms fans sitting in front of the TV wiped the sweat from their brows. It was one thing if they claimed a big victory, but were still knocked out of top 8 because their competitors also won hard. However, if their competitors' match was already falling apart and 100 Blossoms didn't seize this opportunity, the regret would probably be harder to endure. Fight on. Every Hundred Blossoms fan cheered for their team wholeheartedly. They still had two players, and they happened to be Hundred Blossoms core players. The fans believed that they wouldn't lose so easily. Fight to the last breath. Zhu Yuan entered the stage with such conviction. He wasn't some prodigy. His current core position was already a fluke. Hundred Blossoms had been looking toward the future when they hyped up his talent with the public, but Zhu Yuan knew, deep down, that it was simply a public relations move to appease the fans. He was pushed into the core position by Hundred Blossoms because they really had no other choice. Talent. Zhu Yuan didn't know what talent he possessed back then. He was confident that Hundred Blossoms didn't know either, but he was very grateful. He was grateful that Hundred Blossoms used this kind of helpless and senseless method to promote him. He was grateful that the team actually kept their faith in him patiently. He did not perform well in seasons 7 and 8. In season 9, instead of abandoning him, Hundred Blossoms instead measured him up and tailored a character to his style. In the pro circle, there was a joke that the previous Spitfire of Hundred Blossoms, Zhang Jiao, possessed upstanding moral qualities. Thus, his successor possessed outstanding fortune. This was a joke, but Zhu Yuan had to admit that he really was fortunate. He wasn't some eye-catching prodigy. He could not forge a path to a core position himself. He was just an ordinary player who somehow became a core player of a team as soon as he entered the professional circle. He actually came across this kind of dumb luck. Zhu Yuan had felt hesitant, perplexed, and overly pressured. But when he came to, he realized that he was like the child of a rich parent. He was given something that others would chase for a lifetime and still not obtain, without doing anything himself. At this point, how could he still yell out, "This isn't what I wanted"? He would probably be beat up by a group consisting of the whole alliance's regular players, rotating players, substitutes, and even those who wanted to get into the alliance but who couldn't. If you didn't even want this, then what the hell did you want? As a result, Zhu Yuan started working hard, because he knew this was a rare opportunity. He didn't have a gift and also didn't know what his so-called talent was. He could only double down and train hard. He would forge his talent by grinding. In Season 9, Hundred Blossoms acquired Yu Feng. The additional core took a lot of pressure off Zhu Yuan, and this season he had made great progress. Now in Season 10, he managed to get himself into All-Stars with his own skills. However, up until now, Zhu Yuan still didn't know what his so-called talent was. He just knew to display his hard-earned skill on the battlefield to find more paths towards victory. Every player probably did this. While honing their own skills, they would slowly develop their own talent. Zhu Yuan always thought of it that way. Now Hundred Blossoms faced a do-or-die match. He needed to use his yet-to-be-awakened talent to battle someone who was dubbed a genius in the alliance. But Zhu Yuan did not feel fear. He was no longer that newbie who struggled to shoulder a character like dazzling Hundred Blossoms. He snatched up his outlandish luck. He possessed his own tailored character, and he nurtured his own confidence. Charge, bright blossoms rushed forward. Bullets, explosives. He created a dazzling scene of his own. He was the successor to Zhang Jiao but had a different style to him. Zhu Yuan controlled bright blossoms to tangle with the renowned One Autumn Leaf in combat from the get-go. I don't know what talent I have, but I can defeat any opponent. Beautiful play. Hundred Blossoms. Zhu Yuan seems to be unfazed by the current situation. He's proactively launched an offensive and currently has Sun Xiang firmly suppressed. Commentator Pan Lin yelled excitedly. He's playing resolutely but also clear-headedly. His attacks are strong and he's defending well too. The group arena isn't just defeating the opponent in front of you. There are still two opponents after Sun Xiang, Li Yibo said. Especially when one of them is currently the #1 in the alliance, Zhou Zekai, Pan Lin added. Even though Hundred Blossoms won against Samsara last time 7-3, I recall that they didn't win the group arena, Li Yibo said. Yes, last time 100 Blossoms got 2 points in the individual competition, Pan Lin agreed. Well, what about this time? Li Yibo said. This time, after sending off Sun Xiang, Zhu Yuan welcomed his second opponent, Samsara's blade master Du Ming. 2 more. Zhu Yuan counted in his head calmly and continued to charge forth. Zhu Yuan is in fantastic condition right now, Pan Lin yelled. Zhu Yuan again proactively launched an offensive this battle and quickly gained the initiative. It really is fantastic, Li Yibo also exclaimed. It must be good, there's no reason for it not to be. I had this kind of luck and hit the ground running. If I don't cherish this opportunity, what kind of future would I still have? What future would be even more brilliant than that I already had when I first started? Having an iron grasp on my fluke, fighting tooth and nail to not let the opportunity slip away. That is probably my so-called talent. The talent of not letting go of an opportunity that presented itself. Because I'm the pro player who was given the best opportunity in glory history. Boom, boom, boom. As the bright flashes on the battlefield died down and the smoke cleared away, Du Ming's blade master was already on the ground. He won again. Pan Lin was astonished. Even though he felt Zhu Yuan was in great condition, he didn't expect Zhu Yuan to go that far. He managed to defeat Sun Xiang and Du Ming, while still having 41% health left on Bright Blossoms. Is this guy preparing for a 1v3? Pan Lin yelled. Li Yibo was silent. His gut tells him that this would be impossible. 1v3 was hard enough, and their current opponent was Samsara. However, Li Yibo could also see that Zhu Yuan was insanely fired up. A Bright Blossoms with 41% health remaining, under the control of the currently unleashed Zhu Yuan, might just be able to beat the current glory #1 Zhou Zekai. How's it going on Wind Howl's side? Li Yibo suddenly asked for information from the other matches. He wanted to calm himself a bit. Zhu Yuan's sudden unleashing defeating 2 opponents in a row had the commentators very tense. Tiny Herb is leading, 2 against 1. Wind Howl only has Tang Hao remaining, Pan Lin said very excitedly, even though he was a commentator and should not be biased. This was because he saw the amazing opening by 100 Blossoms falter, followed by their hush and hesitancy after the loss of a point, and now their struggle to claw back 2 points. Humans had emotion. How would Pan Lin not be moved after seeing this struggle? He was really unwilling to see 100 Blossoms' season come to an end by losing this match, even after they gave it their all. That would be too cruel. Even though this kind of feeling would be unfair to Wind Howl, Pan Lin's heart was with 100 Blossoms right now. Li Yibo also had to take a deep breath. Why shouldn't he feel like this? Why shouldn't 100 Blossoms deserve an outcome they worked so hard for? What about Happy versus 301? Li Yibo asked again. On that side, 301 is in the lead, Pan Lin said. If 301 wins the group arena, then they would be up 4-1 against Happy, Li Yibo said. Indeed, Pan Lin nodded. In that case, if Happy lost the team competition as well, they would only get 1 point this round, Li Yibo said. Pan Lin started. Happy only getting 1 point, this possibility was analyzed way before the matches started. Under these circumstances, Pan Lin hurriedly counted the points using the current results in 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl's 2 matches. Happy initially led 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl by 7 points. If they only got 1 point, they would be ahead by 8. If 100 Blossoms won this group arena and went on to win the team competition, they would have 9 points and overtake Happy. Wind Howl already has 3 points from the individual competition. The group arena looks bad for them, so let's say they lose these 2 points and go on to win the team competition. They would get 8 points and have the same points as Happy. Happy has a chance to be pushed out of the top 8, Pan Lin said with great alarm and hastily checked the previous results. If they had the same points. Oh, no they wouldn't. Happy would have the advantage if they had the same points as Wind Howl. Happy has already secured their spot in the top 8. If this happened, Wind Howl would be pushed to 9th because they lost to Happy twice, Pan Lin said. If Happy won instead, 301 would get 4 points added to the 2-point lead they had. With only 6 points, they would be pushed out of the top 8 if 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl both managed to win their respective team competitions, Li Yibo said. Ah, so it's like this, huh? Pan Lin nodded. So in conclusion, the team competition is crucial. Whoever loses the team competition out of these 3 teams could then potentially lose their spot in the playoffs, Li Yibo said. Chapter 1377. Grasp the Initiative. Chapter 1377. Grasp the Initiative. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. Pan Lin and Li Yibo calmed their frayed nerves with an analysis of the current situation. On the field, Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer had already loaded into the map. Zhu Yuan once again charged forth heroically. Even against Glory's number 1, he showed no fear and no intention of backing down at all. The sound of gunshots didn't stop. Gunfire flashed from the 2 muzzles, bullets flying, carving trails into the air. Zhu Yuan had initiative, but Zhou Zekai was no slouch either. After seeing 2 rounds of Zhu Yuan's performance, Zhou Zekai had figured out how to deal with him. Be faster. Be more precise. Zhu Yuan's 100 Blossom style required the successive use of skills to overwhelm his opponent. His previous 2 opponents, one a battle mage and the other a blade master, were both melee fighters and gave the mid to long-ranged Spitfire plenty of openings to use these skills. They had to charge head-on into Zhu Yuan's 100 Blossom style, but it was different for Zhou Zekai. His sharpshooter had an attack range that didn't lose to and could even overwhelm a Spitfire's. From the moment they engaged, Zhou Zekai had Cloud Piercer maximize his firepower, not giving Zhu Yuan a chance to build up his 100 Blossom style. Though the 2 characters were ranged fighters, they looked like 2 melee characters, entangled in a brawl. The bullets were a chain between them, the trails they carved through the air, connecting the 2 characters intimately. Neither of them could back down even the slightest, attacking relentlessly, bullets flying, trying to see whose predictions were more precise, whose mechanics were more flawless. Flowers of blood bloomed on Bright Blossom's body, signs of bullets disturbing his flesh. Cloud Piercer would sway and stumble every now and then, knocked about by the effects of the grenades Bright Blossoms threw. Both of them were doing their best to overcome this through their mechanics. At a time like this, whoever stepped back, whoever hesitated, would fall behind. The gunshots didn't stop until one of the 2 characters fell. Cloud Piercer. In the end, it was Cloud Piercer that stayed standing on the field. Zhou Zekai, in the end, was the one to claim victory and prevented Zhu Yuan from achieving a 1v3. However, this victory had cost him. Cloud Piercer still had 59% of his health remaining, having spent 41% of his health. As for Bright Blossoms, the amount of health he had at the start was also 41%. The 2 characters had managed to tie in the amount health they had spent. Zhu Yuan had really done the best he could. Against Samsara's group arena, he was probably the one who had done the best in everyone that had tried this regular season. We can't waste the chance Zhu Yuan has fought to give us. Yu Feng stepped onto the stage with this resolve. That guy who had done all he could had given up the position of core to him. Since he had accepted this responsibility, he couldn't lose to that guy on the field. Otherwise, what right did he have to call himself their core? Come on, Yu Feng yelled into the chat. After years of being sealed away, Blossoming Chaos, the once #1 berserker, had finally returned to his throne with Yu Feng's arrival at 100 Blossoms and now charged fiercely up towards Glory's current #1. If he couldn't even take out 59% health, then how could he face his fellow teammates? Greatsword Blossom's burial slashed forth, slashing forth, determined through Cloud Piercer's rain of bullets. Would they win? All the 100 Blossoms fans were anxious, hoping like never before. Even if the one blocking their way was Joe Zekai, a person who'd make people think, there's no way we can win reflexively when on the field. Win. They had to win. They absolutely must win. Practically no one paid the details of their battle any mind. Everyone's focus was on the health of the two characters. This was the most alluring aspect of competition. Victory, it was victory, everything was to win. When victory and defeat were a hair's breadth away, no one had the mind to care about what spectacular techniques were being used. Health, that was the clearest indicator of the line between victory and defeat, so everyone focused on the character's health. The changes in these two bars, representing the life force of each character, were the clearest, most intense footnotes of the battle. Whose health bar was depleting faster? Whose health bar was depleting slower? Cloud Piercer. Blossoming Chaos. The audience's gazes flashed between the two, and occasionally, when the shot cut to one without the health bars, the audience practically had the mood to jump up and curse. The live broadcast knew that this was a moment of tension as well, and made sure that the health bars were clearly displayed, no matter what shot it was. They'd win, right? They wouldn't lose again, right? On the health bars, Cloud Piercer had only 5% of his health left, while Blossoming Chaos had 32%. A very large advantage, but there was no relaxing until the very last minute. Hurry and die already. That was the only voice in the hearts of the 100 Blossoms fans. Finally, Greatsword Blossom's burial struck down like a whirlwind, dealing the final blow in this battle. We won! Samsara's home stadium erupted in cheers. Of course, this wasn't that even the Samsara fans had been moved, it was just that the long-suppressed in-venue 100 Blossoms fans exploded with emotion, just as Blossoming Chaos finally killed Cloud Piercer. Ooh-hoo! In that moment, the 100 Blossom players on the player bench all jumped up like they were going crazy, as if they had already won the championship. They had won. Under these trying circumstances, they had managed to win the group arena at Samsara's home stadium. How are things going over there? Immediately, someone asked after Wind Howl. Once this question was out in the open, the atmosphere tensed once more. If Wind Howl also won their group arena, then 100 Blossoms would still be behind. Wind Howl. Someone started looking up the match status and then burst out in excitement. They lost. Wind Howl lost to Tiny Herb in the group arena. That means right now we have a 1-point lead. Yes, the 100 Blossoms players and the fans that came with them now all knew Wind Howl's current status. Wind Howl had lost the group arena, so they currently only had 3 points. Meanwhile, 100 Blossoms had won 2 individual matches and then the group arena, gaining 4 points and finally overtaking Wind Howl. Though the match hadn't completely finished yet, 100 Blossoms had finally grasped the initiative. They didn't need to act and plan around others anymore. So long as they did their best, so long as they won the following round as well, then they'll have a 100% chance of entering the playoffs. That unsteady feeling of knowing that even if they did everything they could to win, they still might be knocked out by an opponent who was doing the same finally disappeared. 100 Blossoms could finally put all their focus and hard work on the playoffs without caring about other teams. 100 Blossoms' dedication has finally allowed them to hold on to the initiative. Now, their fate is completely up to their own efforts. On the other hand, after being defeated by Tiny Herb in the group arena, Wind Howl's survival will depend on how well their opponents do. Even if they manage to defeat Tiny Herb in the last round, their rival will have to lose to give them a chance, Pan Lin said. Indeed. The last round, whoever loses the team competition will end their summer here, Li Yibo agreed. Just one step away. That's a very cruel result for anyone, but there's nothing to it. Today, one team must taste such a bitter end. Who will it be? 301 Degrees, 100 Blossoms, or Wind Howl? Pan Lin's words were no longer just commentating on this one match, but on 3 matches at once. 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl's results had reached Happy and 301 Degrees as well. Chen Guo did a quick calculation with her fingers and delight appeared on her face. We're in the playoffs for sure now. Chen Guo was excited because now their place in the playoffs was 100% certain. Happy would enter the playoffs and set out on the road to the championship. So it won't matter even if we lose all our remaining battles, Wei Chen asked. Yup. Chen Guo nodded but then added, but everyone still has to do their best. Of course. Who wants to walk into the playoffs with defeating hanging off of them? Yiziu retorted. You don't want to, but 301 Degrees wants to even less, Wei Chen exclaimed. 301 Degrees had to win to ensure their place in the playoffs. Though they had won 2 individual matches in the group arena, they still had the danger of being knocked out of the playoffs if they lost their team competition. They had to do their absolute best in this last round of the regular season. Who cares about them? Yiziu said. They dared to win a consecutive 4 points off of us. We've got to teach them a lesson, right, little Tang? Definitely. Tang Ru was still angrily waiting to venting her loss in the group arena. All right then, let's go. Let's end the last round of the regular season with a bang, Yiziu said. Best if they get eliminated because of it. That way we'll be in their nightmares the entire summer, ha 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 ha, Wei Chen laughed. Okay, let's go and give them a nightmare. Yiziu waved his hand, and Happy's team competition lineup stood. Yiziu, Suma Cheng, Fang Rui, Kaio Yifen, and Wenyi and 6th player Tang Ru. This was the most common lineup of Happy's this regular season, and they would pull the curtain on Happy's regular season this match. As for 301 Degrees, their players also stood after their captain, Yang Kong, gave them all a pep talk. Yang Kong, Bai Shu, Gao Jai, Li Yihui, Sun Mingjing, and then 6th player Qian Wenju was also their core lineup for the latter half of the regular season, after Bai Shu's addition. It was with this formation that 301 Degrees managed to turn their situation around and become a powerhouse that charged towards the playoffs. In the latter half of the regular season, they had used this formation to defeat Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, and Tyranny. It was only because they lagged behind in the first half of the season that they were pulled into such an intense and anxious chase for the positions in the playoffs. The people had all the reason to believe that if 301 Degrees could enter the playoffs, then they might get even further. They had already proven that they had the strength to compete with powerhouses in the regular season. Let's win this. 301 Degrees, players cheered as the 6 core members entered the stage. After getting 4 points consecutively in the one-on-one matches, their morale was at an all-time high. Chapter 1378, Playoffs Experience. Chapter 1378, Playoffs Experience. Translator, Namyumi. Editor, Namyumi. The team competition of the very last round of Season 10 of the Glory Pro League began one after the other in the home stadiums of 10 teams. 20 teams, 6 players per team, a total 120 players. 60 of them would end their season here with this last battle. 48 of them would step from here to a more intense journey called the playoffs, and the last 12 would be bidding this stage a farewell after this match. Happy's home stadium, 2 teams. One had already confirmed that they would be continuing their journey. The other was still working hard to reach that point. They had to win. 301 Degrees had no other choice. Only by winning could they make sure that their efforts this year weren't wasted. As for Happy, it's the last round of the regular season. Let everyone see how much you've all grown this year, Yiziu exclaimed. All the players gazed back in silent determination. Especially you, Fang Rui, Yiziu called Fang Rui out. Fuck off, Fang Rui bristled. As an all-star player, hearing a word such as growth used on him pissed him off. Even though he was still transitioning between classes, Fang Rui felt that integrate was a much more appropriate word than growth. Let's crush them. This is a rare chance to warm up for the playoffs. 301 Degrees definitely has the determination and lust for victory as a playoffs team. Take this chance to familiarize yourself with this rhythm, Yiziu said. This wasn't just a pep talk. Playoffs experience, finals experience, these things were a whole new level in and of themselves. The playoffs were engulfed in a far more tense pace and atmosphere, and this tension would peak at the finals. Under these situations, a player's mental fortitude would be tested. Some inexperienced players might get too nervous or too cautious, resulting in careless mistakes. Those with experience knew how to face the playoffs and even the finals, allowing them to adjust their mood and mental state. They would be cautious when required and strike without mercy when necessary. Many players might not be noticed much during the regular season, but they would shine during the playoffs. These were clutch players who had laudable mental fortitude. The more stressful and critical the situation, the better they performed. Amongst Blue Rain's current players, Chi Master Song Zio was a renowned tough-hearted player. From his performance and the statistical data gathered in the regular season, he was nowhere near God level, but during the playoffs, his combative ability would rise dramatically. Having debuted during the 5th season, he became a core member of Blue Rain after his debuting season, helping Blue Rain achieve the championship in the 6th season and earning himself the title of Mr. Clutch. Team Blue Rain's lineup had gone through many changes these years, but Song Zio had retained his position throughout all of that. He was usually in rotation during the regular season, but during the playoffs, his match time would greatly increase. It was clear that Team Blue Rain knew where his value lay. Song Zio was a player that had natural talent in this area. Most clutch players were born through accumulating playoffs experience. These experienced, composed veterans might not play much in the regular season, but they shone bright in the playoffs, and that was where the value in playoffs experience lay. Team Happy's rookies naturally didn't have such experience. Though from Yiziu's observations, it was clear that Happy's rookies had shockingly powerful mental fortitude. There was no saying if they would be able to last through the playoffs. This match was a rare opportunity. 301 Degrees would definitely be playing with the same energy that they would in the playoffs, so Yiziu hoped that his teammates wouldn't let themselves relax. They should find the appropriate attitude to face the intense atmosphere of a battle to the death. Though the previous few rounds were very intense, it was nowhere close to a match like this that would decide a team's survival. After all, they couldn't compare to the intensity of the playoffs matches. Understood. Once Happy's on-stage players replied, they each went into their own player booths. On the other side, 301 Degrees had finished preparations as well. The map loaded in, and the two sides soon began the match. Happy's map choice. Paulonia Tower, a map with a high point, clearly considering 301 Degrees' current preferred strategy. So long as there was a high point, then Happy could use it to observe 301 Degrees' movements and prevent their life-risking strike from hitting. Thus, their strategy became clear and straightforward. Fight for the high ground. 301 Degrees naturally wouldn't be clueless about this map, and they didn't take any long routes, all of them charging out as soon as the battle began. As such an important strategic point, Paulonia Tower naturally wouldn't be closer to one spawn point or the other. Whoever arrived first would depend entirely on movement speed. 301 Degrees had charged out as a team, but soon enough, the characters pulled away from one another. Scene killer. 301 Degrees captain, Yang Kong's scene killer charged at the head, having no intentions to move with the team. He sped up ahead of the rest and charged out towards Paulonia Tower first. Team Happy's silver equipment was relatively few in number, making their stats more transparent. It was already round 38, and Happy had garnered enough attention for their characters to be researched thoroughly. Movement speed-wise, Yang Kong had confidence that he wouldn't lose to any of Happy's ordinary characters. Unfortunately, Happy had a very much extraordinary character, Lord Grimm. If this unspecialized character used movement skills, then his movement speed would probably top Scene Killer's. However, Yang Kong predicted that Happy wouldn't have Lord Grimm stand guard over the high ground. In Happy's core lineup, Lord Grimm was a core melee DPS. The one to stay on the high ground would naturally be Suma Cheng's Dancing Rain. However, Dancing Rain couldn't outpace Scene Killer in speed. This, Yang Kong was certain, that Happy knew as well. Thus, having Lord Grimm temporarily stand guard here before switching with Dancing Rain when she arrived was their most stable plan of action. Yang Kong's thoughts were clear and thorough. Although 301 Degrees had never gotten a particularly good result in the playoffs before, they had participated enough times. As a player who debuted in the third season, Yang Kong had plenty of playoffs experience and knew all too well the suffocating atmospheres that surrounded these battles to the death. He didn't lack playoffs experience, and so he was able to analyze the situation calmly and carefully. Heading out alone with Scene Killer wasn't just to fight for the high grounds, but also to do reconnaissance. Happy's Lord Grimm was slightly faster than he was. It wasn't a good idea to engage while he had the initiative. The playoffs' rhythm was to work towards a position of absolute advantage, so Yang Kong currently had no intentions of engaging. He was just here to observe Happy's arrangements and see what Happy was planning. If he had a chance, he'd strike. If not, then he'd wait. In any case, before his hand was forced, then he'd only come out when he had a solid grasp on the situation. Paulonia Tower soon appeared in Yang Kong's view. He took a look at the terrain around it and then had seen Killer begin to circle closer. From his understanding of Lord Grimm's speed, if the other went all out, he'd have arrived by now. It didn't appear that anyone was on the top of the Paulonia Tower. Where would Lord Grimm be hiding? Under the tower, inside the tower, or somewhere close by? Was he planning to ambush Yang Kong? Even as Yang Kong calculated his opponent's movement speed, he trusted that his opponent also had a clear understanding. Though his Scene Killer was donned entirely in silver equipment with his stats hidden, after fighting in this circle for all these years, Scene Killer's stats had probably been figured out ages ago, even if there was no exact data. Happy had a few veterans amongst their midst, so they had an idea. He was circling to make certain that Lord Grimm wasn't hiding around. However, after making a complete circle, he didn't see anyone. Yang Kong took a look at all the hiding spots around Paulonia Tower. Lord Grimm wasn't anywhere to be seen. If Lord Grimm had arrived, then there was only one possibility. He was hiding inside Paulonia Tower. Paulonia Tower's interior comprised of a spiral staircase going all the way to the top. There were no open windows in the tower, so if Lord Grimm wanted to hide inside, then Yizu wouldn't have any way of figuring out if 301 Degrees people had arrived or not. He could almost sit there and wait. Yang Kong didn't bother with further confirmations. After circling around, he had a new plan. He had found a good hiding spot next to the Paulonia Tower, so Scene Killer moved over and prepared to ambush. He didn't dare bet on if Lord Grimm had arrived or not. However, was certain that Dancing Rain had yet to arrive, and if she wanted to gain that high spot, then she soon come. As for the place Scene Killer was currently in, it was perfect for ambushing and killing Dancing Rain. If he managed to stall Dancing Rain, then he would have dismantled Happy's plans. Yang Kong's assassin wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all in a melee fight against a launcher. If he made it so that the rest of Happy was forced to come and assist, then he would have managed to cause their formation to break up entirely. Yang Kong's plans were detailed and precise. This was exactly what an experienced veteran should be like. Thus, Scene Killer hid there. This position was perfect. It was good for ambushing anyone that arrived in the direction of Happy's spawn point, and it was also out of range of an ambush from the top of or under the Polonia Tower. This was a blind spot from any direction. Yang Kong had only just hid Scene Killer away when he heard the sound of cannon fire. She's coming. Yang Kong knew it. This was Dancing Rain, heading over with aerial cannon. The sound approached steadily, and Yang Kong was already counting down in his head, aiming to attack at the optimal time. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Kong could practically see Dancing Rain jumping and firing to glide over. Boom, she's here. With another boom, Yang Kong had this clear idea in his head. This was the result of years of experience. He didn't need to calculate, he could feel it. Scene Killer jumped up, Dancing Rain's figure immediately flashing by. Shining cut. Scene Killer charged out. Chapter 1379, No Other Choice. Chapter 1379, No Other Choice. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. A chilling light flashed out. The shining cut of the #1 assassin, Scene Killer, was clearly much fiercer, much swifter than one executed by an unspecialized like Lord Grimm. In addition, Scene Killer was wielding dual swords. Though the attack speed couldn't compare to a dagger, its attack power and range was much stronger. Different weapons also executed shining cut differently. For daggers, there would only be a single flash of chilling light. Scene Killer held dual swords, so the chilling flashes of light crossed into an X shape before slashing down to either side. Two streams of blood trailed after the cross of chilling light, but at the same time, with 3 thunderous booms, explosions erupted between the two characters. Su Ma Cheng's reaction speed wasn't slow. She had noticed movement from the corner of her eyes and knew that a character in the middle of aerial cannon couldn't dodge, so she could only hurriedly turn her cannon around and blast back. Although Shining Cut had hit Dancing Rain, it couldn't stop anti-tank missiles from activating. The explosion threw Scene Killer to the side, and the powerful recoil changed the pathing of Su Ma Cheng's aerial cannon. Scene Killer had managed to close in with one skill, but he was soon left in the dust. Yang Kong wouldn't let this chance escape and quickly readjusted his position and view. Just as Scene Killer landed, he lunged towards Dancing Rain. Dancing Rain blasted the other with her cannon. Although it was all normal attacks, she comboed them with backward jumps, allowing her to attack Scene Killer even as she pulled away. However, Yang Kong was prepared for this. After all, Su Ma Cheng was a skilled and experienced top player. It was hardly surprising that he wasn't able to close in with just that. Yang Kong had left other tricks up his sleeve. Swift movements. This skill didn't have a short cooldown, so Yang Kong had saved it for this moment. It was clear that he had gotten to the point of thinking 3 steps ahead for every step he took for this match. Swift movements and then sprinting, that was the fastest your movement speed could get in Glory. Scene Killer's form was so fast, he was practically a blur. He dashed past Dancing Rain's missiles, and those who couldn't see as well almost missed his dodge. Heart-piercing stab. Scene Killer caught up to Dancing Rain in the blink of an eye. His dual sword swept out with 2 more flashes of chilling light. Boom. Yang Kong really hadn't expected that Su Ma Cheng would play the same trick twice. After that normal attack she had sent, she had time to attack again to try and hinder him, but she purposefully didn't, letting her hand cannon droop like she was printing backwards. In reality, she was hiding the muzzle to secretly load a cannonball. Scene Killer's approach was swift, and with that, he didn't have the time to notice such an insignificant detail. By the time his dual sword's dancing shadows stabbed out, Dancing Rain's hand cannon devouring sun was set against Scene Killer's chest like a knife. A normal attack, of course not. For gunners, their normal attacks were gunshots, so whacking someone around the head was actually a skill. For example, a launcher's knock-up skill, swung their cannon and knocked their opponent into the air. However, that clearly wasn't what Dancing Rain was doing. The muzzle seemed to retract into the barrel, causing the hand cannon to shorten. In that moment, Yang Kong knew that this was a charged cannonball, and by then it was far too late to dodge. Devouring Sun's muzzle bounced back out and flung forth a cannonball, which then rather unrealistically exploded between them upon hitting its extremely close-ranged target. The recoil and blast power of the charged cannonball was stronger than all three anti-tank missiles added together, throwing Scene Killer far back while allowing Dancing Rain to retreat even further. He had once again failed to stick close to Dancing Rain, but Yang Kong was relatively satisfied with the current situation. He had, at least, managed to stall Sima Cheng. If Happy couldn't get the high ground, then their strategy. We've met the enemy. That was when a sudden message jumped out in the 301 Degrees chat. It came from Paladin player Sun Mingjing. Yang Kong felt his heart jump. He had the gist of this map down in his head. If 301 Degrees had met the enemy before they even got to the Polonia Tower, then there was only possibility. Their opponent's goal was never the Polonia Tower. Instead, they had predicted 301 Degrees actions and took a shortcut over to catch them off guard. So if Happy never wanted to get the high ground, then that meant his stalling of Dancing Rain was meaningless. However, Dancing Rain still appeared here as if she wanted to take the high ground. This was, how many? Yang Kong hurriedly asked in the chat. 4. The reply was just a single number with no coordinates or punctuation. Clearly, they were already in an intense battle, luring the tiger from its mountain. The name of that stratagem filled Yang Kong's mind. He had tried to block Sima Cheng's Dancing Rain in order to destroy Happy's plan of taking the high ground. However, what was the point of Happy getting the high ground in the first place? Clearly, it was to better observe 301 Degrees movements as a whole and prevent them from successfully executing their favored life-risking strike. Thus now, Yang Kong had successfully blocked Dancing Rain, but at the same time, where was their favored strategy? Without his assassin, how would they manage to use life-risking strike to kill their opponent's key character, turning their trick against them? Glory textbook, Master Tactician Yi Ziu's most practiced playstyle. This wasn't the first time third season debuter Yang Kong had seen it or experienced it personally. But even now, no matter how on guard you were, you couldn't defend against it. It was as if, from the very first day Yi Ziu joined the alliance, he had skills better than everyone else's, a more comprehensive understanding, deeper and more meticulous strategies. He was like a time traveler from the future, able to stand at the front of everyone else no matter what. He had created countless playstyles, designed countless strategies, proposed countless theories. Who could possibly be better at turning others' strategies against them than this forerunner of glory? It was like he had an absolute grasp over everyone's thoughts and schemes and would easily stay one step ahead, always in the lead. By the time you noticed and realized when you looked back, everything seemed so simple. But in reality, you had no way of thinking so deeply before, and you couldn't predict the convoluted path he had chosen to walk. 301 Degrees had to cover for him to help him successfully execute life-risking strike. So Happy had to break this life-risking strike strategy. So Happy had to get the high ground. So 301 Degrees, in order to protect their strategy, couldn't let Happy get the high ground. So 301 Degrees, fastest character Scene Killer came here. And the one most suited to standing guard at the high ground, Dancing Rain, also arrived. Scene Killer had successfully blocked Dancing Rain, but at the same time, without Scene Killer, how was 301 Degrees supposed to get a life-risking strike off? If 301 Degrees couldn't use life-risking strike, then was the high ground even important anymore? After this whole convoluted mess, it was 301 Degrees at a disadvantage. They couldn't use the strategy they had gotten used to, the strategy they had managed to defeat all those teams with. Yet, Happy's counter was built on such a simple idea. If the person who could use life-risking strike was no longer there, then they naturally couldn't use life-risking strike. This was so simple, a young child could easily figure it out, yet that was exactly where 301 degrees had fallen into the trap. Yang Kong had charged right into it. Scene Killer wanted to turn and flee, but this time, the one stalling became Dancing Rain. A melee class being chased down by a ranged class was a very painful process. This was because you could only run like hell, dodge, flee, until you escaped the opponent's attack range. You had no way of counterattacking. If you wanted to counterattack, then you had to close in, and closing in and fleeing were clearly opposites. All these years, Yang Kong's assassin maintained the image of a heroic warrior that charged at the front lines. This year, he had switched to kamikaze warrior. The art of escape really wasn't Yang Kong's forte. No matter what style he chose, he relied on passion. Dirty play, something that Nightwalkers usually relied on, wasn't something that he really used. Gunfire pursued Scene Killer, hindering Yang Kong's escape. He had already given up on throwing Dancing Rain off. He just ran and ran, hoping to regroup with his team as soon as possible and execute their favored strategy. Under the relentless attacks, Scene Killer's movement speed plummeted. Eventually, the battle appeared in his view. His brothers at 301 degrees and happy, their opponents. Almost there. Comfort filled Yang Kong's heart, but soon enough, seeing the large swaths of shadows in his view, he wasn't able to keep up his smile. Yang Kong raised his view, looking up behind him. This was the shadow of Paulonia Tower, lying on the ground. Not long in front of it was the battlefield. He could have seen Killer dash over and regroup with his teammates, but then he knew that Suma Cheng, who had been pursuing him all this time, would let him go, because then she'd have Dancing Rain ascend the Paulonia Tower and observe 301 degrees tactical system from up high. He had ran like hell all the way back, yet he was faced with such an awkward situation. Had their opponents planned to this point too? So from the start, ever since he had the idea to block Suma Cheng, he only had one option: get rid of Suma Cheng. Only then could they resolve the dilemma they were in, allowing him to regroup with his teammates and execute their favored strategy. Apart from that, there was no other choice. Yang Kong had settled on this, yet Scene Killer still ran towards the battlefield, as if he hadn't realized their plot. As expected, Suma Cheng soon let him go and went into the Paulonia Tower. Yang Kong purposefully slowed down, calculating the speed at which Dancing Rain could climb the tower before resolutely turning back and charging over. He wanted to trap Dancing Rain inside the tower. Otherwise, if he just turned around and pursued his target directly, who knows where Dancing Rain would kite him to. Yet just as Scene Killer was about to arrive at the bottom of the Paulonia Tower, Yang Kong suddenly paused. He realized that he had made a mistake that he really shouldn't have. If he caught up, then could he manage to trap Dancing Rain inside the tower? Once she got to the top, she could just jump down. He had really been led in circles. Chapter 1380 Repeat Effect. Chapter 1380 Repeat Effect. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami he couldn't pursue, but he couldn't not pursue either. This wasn't the first time Yang Kong had been met with an awkward situation like this in a match where no matter what he chose, it wouldn't help. Was there a third option? Yang Kong didn't know. Perhaps there was, but he couldn't see it, so he could only pick one of two actions. Even if neither option was optimal, he had to make a choice. For every moment he hesitated, the worse the situation became. After her. In the end, Yang Kong decided to pursue Dancing Rain. Letting Happy take hold of the high ground would throw them into even worse straits. This was why when they saw the map, 301 degrees, players all felt their hearts stutter, and they ended up sending Yang Kong forth to perform reconnaissance. Yang Kong noticed that their mistake started from here, from letting their minds focus on the high ground of this map. As for him realizing that he wouldn't be able to trap Suma Cheng, this was a very minor mistake. Even if he didn't make this mistake, he'd have turned back to try and close in on Dancing Rain anyways, and then Suma Cheng would have Dancing Rain kite him, which might lead him in circles using the tower anyways. They hadn't been prepared enough from the beginning, and hadn't considered that Happy could use this high ground to trick them and counter-trap them. What would they do if they were met with such a situation again? This thought flashed through Yang Kong's head, but was soon pushed to the side. This wasn't the time for think about that. First, he had to focus on dealing with the current situation. If they managed to get into the playoffs, then it wouldn't be too late to resolve this issue then. Scene Killer ran like the hounds of hell were at his feet, charging right up the tower. He could clearly hear the sounds of cannon fire, who knew how much ranged support Dancing Rain had been able to provide already. In addition, the entrance to the tower was clear in her view. Suma Cheng immediately saw Scene Killer when the other charged up. Then, despite there being no voice, Yang Kong felt like he could hear Suma Cheng giggling. Despite characters having no expression, he felt like he saw Dancing Rain flash him a smile. Without any hesitation, Dancing Rain jumped off the tower roof. Yang Kong didn't hesitate. He had been expecting this. He too jumped off the roof without hesitation. Diving arrow, anti-tank missiles. Scene Killer stomped on Dancing Rain in midair, but at the same time he was struck close range by Dancing Rain's cannon fire. Light and fire exploded in the sky. Below, Happy and 301 Degrees 8 were deep in battle and didn't have the time to pay any attention to it. They knew what was happening over there. In comparison, 301 Degrees was naturally under more pressure. Without Yang Kong, their strategy lacked the most important aspect. They didn't have to use life-risking strike, but after demonstrating their success in using it these few times, Yang Kong's Scene Killer's presence in and of itself became a huge hindrance to their opponents. So long as he was here, then their opponents would have to keep a careful eye on his movements, on what he was planning to do. Team 301 Degrees would expand on this to claim victory. The ultimate goal of the match was victory. Using life-risking strike was just a means to an end, but not the only means. It was just that this means had too large of an impact, making the opponents wary and making 301 Degrees opening successful. However, this time, Yang Kong's Scene Killer wasn't even there, so Team 301 Degrees couldn't use the strategy they had been using for the latter half of the season. The remaining four weren't performing so well against Happy right now. However, Bai Shu's performance in the team competition was more striking than his performance in 1v1s. Protecting his teammates, synchronizing with them, even charging at the forefront, no matter what, he performed excellently. It was clear that he had already become an integral part of this team. Unfortunately, a 301 Degrees with only him had still lost its sharpest sword. They could stall and stand up against Happy, but they couldn't find a way to win. As for Happy's four, under the mix of offensive and defensive maneuvers performed by Yiziu's Lord Grim and Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, Kyo Yifen's 1-inch ash set ghost boundary after ghost boundary. Ghost boundaries were inanimate, and players had life. A noob would probably think that ghost boundaries were easy to deal with. I'll just stay far, far away from it, then my opponent won't have any way to get to me. It wasn't that this was incorrect, but when a pro-level phantom demon started setting ghost boundaries, they were also weaving a tight web. If they wanted to struggle out of it, if they wanted to get through it, then just staying far away wouldn't be nearly enough, especially in a team competition. Ghost boundaries were inanimate, players had life, but these living players included a phantom demon's teammates. In a team competition, if you wanted to retreat, then you had to make sure that everyone on your side could retreat successfully. This clearly wasn't as simple as escaping on your own in a 1v1. In a team competition, Phantom demons would cooperate with their teammates to capitalize on this. There was no need to trap everyone on the other side. Just trapping one person was equal to trapping everyone. After all, they couldn't just leave one of their teammates here to die. Not good. Seeing the ghost boundaries appear one after the other around them, 301 degrees, players knew that things weren't looking up for them. They desperately needed Yang Kong's support, but Yang Kong couldn't come over. What should they do? Here, a single word suddenly popped out in the chat. It was Bai Shu. Here, what's here? 301 degrees team members knew that it wasn't the time to ask, and all turned their gazes towards Bai Shu's tide. Knight's spirit. Bai Shu's tide activated the knight's awakening skill and then bellowed, waving his sword and shield in the air. Sacrificial roar. Bai Shu had finally gotten a chance where he'd be able to take control of all 4 of Happy's characters at once. He swiftly grasped this chance and then released this sacrificial roar, which just so happened to reach all 4 of Happy's members. He had waited a long time for such a chance. From the beginning, he had realized that Happy was on guard of his taunt skills, and the occasional chants that appeared were all traps. As expected of Yiziu, Bai Shu's opinion of Yiziu had gone through a huge metamorphosis by now. Not only did the other have skill that not even he could rival, his team worked together like a well-oiled machine. However, Bai Shu believed that there would be an opportunity. No one could work flawlessly like a robot, so he waited patiently, endured patiently, observing the situation and preparing to grasp this opportunity. It had come. Under the effects of sacrificial roar, Happy's 4 all forcibly turned to attack him. However, roar and provoke were different. Provoke inflicted a taunt that had a time limit on a single target. Roar would affected everyone within range, but only lasted until the taunter was attacked once. For ranged fighters, it was easy to get rid of Roar's effect. All they had to do was attack the target once. It was more troublesome for melee fighters. If they were far away, then they would have to close in first, and the skills unleashed while not closed in would be judged by the system to see if they counted as attacking the taunter. Currently, it seemed that the system wasn't so easy to trick. It would make a judgment using the range of the attack to see if it posed a threat to the knight or not. Yiziu and Fang Rui both had ranged attacks, so within a second after sacrificial roar, Lord Grim and Boundless Sea immediately sent attacks at Tide and resolved the effect. Yet, even so, their original offensive was interrupted for a moment, allowing 301 degrees, other 3 members to do as they pleased without hindrance for a moment. For Happy, the one most affected was Kyo Yifan. Ghostblades could use the power of the Phantom Ghost to execute attacks of a longer range than Blade Masters and other swordsmen. However, right now, he wasn't close enough to reach Tide with his attacks, so Kyo Yifan had no choice but to have 1-inch Ash rush after Tide. Unfortunately, Bai Shu's main target was this ghost blade of his. He wanted to pull away, making it so that 1-inch Ash couldn't strike, and thus destroying his ghost chaining technique. From this point of view, Roar's effect really was rather disgusting. If the opponent couldn't execute an effective attack, then the taunt would remain forever. However, it wouldn't be that easy to maintain this effect because Happy had 2 characters that could cleanse it. The Chi Master's Calm and Composed, the Cleric's Focus. These were both skills that could remove the taunt status, and Happy just so happened to have both classes. By now, if 301 degrees, players didn't think to support Bai Shu, then they might as well retire. Triple slash. The moment sacrificial roar was executed, Gao Jai immediately understood what Bai Shu was trying to do. Stellar Sword swung his white lightsaber, carving a brilliantly white sword light into the air and dashed towards Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, not giving him a chance to use Calm and Composed. Bai Shu, on the other hand, used Knight's spirit to charge at Wenyi's little cold hands with a heroic charge. Li Yihui's grappler, moving mountains, charged towards Yiziu's Lord Grim. Normally, an unspecialized wouldn't have any skills that could remove taunt, but Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella could have a skill equipped to each form, so they had to be wary of the possibility. As expected, seeing Lord Grim's movements, 301 Degrees began to panic. His myriad manifestations umbrella had been folded into two parts, a tonfa in each hand. His palms held towards each other, chi flowing. It was the chi master's calm and composed. Don't even think about it. Li Yihui was desperate. His grappler's attack range was absolutely appalling, and he most likely wouldn't make it in time. However, an ex-all-star level grappler player wouldn't give up so easily. Circle sweep kick. Li Yihui's moving mountains leaped into the air, shooting forwards. He seemed to grab for an opponent in midair with his legs, but there was no target within range. However, with this leap forward, he managed to catch up with 1-inch Ash's movement, blocking Lord Grim's target for calm and composed and making him unable to target 1-inch Ash. This was a small trick, but it was effective. Lord Grim's calm and composed failed in the end, and he used it on himself in order to not waste it. Li Yihui sighed in relief, yet that was when he saw Lord Grim's tonfas reconnect, and then with a click it turned into a scythe. A priest weapon. Li Yihui paled again. There were too many taunt removers for priest skills. The cleric's focus, the knight's immovable mountain, the exorcist's calming talisman, the paladin's purify. All 4 classes had a skill of this kind, and apart from the knight's, which could only be used on oneself, the other 3 could all be used on other targets. After setting a calm and composed on his myriad manifestations umbrella, had Yiziu then added a skill with a repeat effect.